A lot of shit goes down at the Big T, but why was Mo and O clipped that day? I don't know. Why did they blame Yellow Beezy? I don't know. Truth is, Boosie had a lot to gain by watching Mo3 move around. Maybe that's why they shot him over there at the Big T after the wake. A lot of shit goes down at the Big T, but for Boosie to get shot, I guess that's why Mo3 got shot right over there. I guess that's why I couldn't stay in Dallas. I had to get out to watch Mo3 be assassinated, executed, running for his life down this highway in the middle of the day. Like, it was this time of the day. Look how busy this is. And somehow, he was forced to stop his car. Someone stopped their car as well, got out the car. He saw them, he must have recognized, because he turned and started running down the highway in the middle of the day. And they shot him in the back. This make any more sense than the Tupac shit? How the hell was there enough time on a busy highway like this at this time of the day? Who does a shooting in the middle of a highway? She in the middle of the day. And still no answer. It's always too hard to solve a rap murder. Another graveyard.
Grand Rising. Got an echo. Not surprised. There's been a lot of curious things going on. But that's okay. Oh, thank you, Grace. When you get your mic together and unmute, maybe we should start off with all of the little different things that have tried to slow us down along the way. Can everyone hear us okay? There have been a lot of technical difficulties, still having a few. Grace, are you there?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, dear. You know, what I will say is before we get started, it was a hell of a day, wasn't it? Hell of a day. Everything that happened yesterday. Hell of a day. And there was a focus and there was a goal. You know, everyone saw me start the morning by getting prepared, getting into that Penske truck so I could move and move my belongings and move my things. And if anyone knew the hell that ensued after that, the simple fact that it was my goal to have the link and all of that done and everything squared away by no later than 2 p.m. because I wanted for, you know, with all of the melee and problems that we have on a day-to-day basis, from technology to wellness checks to restraining orders or trying to get some served or just all of the things that go on when you're busy doing God's work. And the truth is, when I made it to my destination, which wasn't that far away, all of the electricity went out. where I was, and it stayed out for hours. Me having to find a Starbucks to go to just to be able to charge my devices, me being able to contact everyone in the midst of all of that. Just
CD, I'm gonna try to have to switch devices. I don't know if you or the chat can hear me, but I can't hear you anymore. You keep coming out. I'm switching devices.
I know, yes, it is digital warfare, because the second that I was able to get up and get it going, Grace, you had a a manual factory. What do you call it? Those updates that just happened. It's weird, and all I can say is I think I need to start with a little music. I think we should start with just a little something just to get our heads back in gear, because I promise you, when you have a goal that you set for the devil, that to go for him and to make sure that you deal with him, every obstacle is going to show up. Every test is, I promise you that. And then it hit me. I was about to be mad. Who didn't wake this person up? Who didn't call this person? Who didn't? Why weren't we together? Why wasn't someone, And then it hit me. There's no one to blame. There's no one to blame. This is a part of it. See, this was supposed to be the moment where me and my team were supposed to be at each other's backs, because we were supposed to be there, and we were supposed to be this, and we were supposed to be that. And the truth is, let's just be honest, it's the devil's playground. Everything that we're about to do right now is only going to piss the devil off. So we're going to piss him off no matter who's here. My goal is to make sure that this live reaches 150,000 souls. That doesn't mean we have to have 150,000 souls in the room at the same time. What it means is that whether at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end of this live, everyone's going to share it. And they're going to share it, and they're going to share it, and they're going to share it all day. Because what I will tell you is it's 5 a.m. in New York right now. You want to know what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. They're waking Diddy up for his day. That's what's happening right now. They're waking him up for his day. They're about to tell him he can hit the showers. They're about to tell him he can go get himself together. It was so funny. I was listening to a content creator talking about today and talking about all of this is happening. Yes, it is. This is jury selection, and that's why we're praying this morning. I wanted to start at the top of the witching hours, but the truth is, the witching hours are just about to begin on the West Coast and have already begun on the east. Well, coming to that part on the East Coast, and we got the whole world. That was the idea. We're going to get to praying when they get to praying. But you know what? Maybe it's not so bad that they had a head start. Maybe it's time that I put my God up against their God. And let's see. They always have a head start. These devil people, Grand Rising, they always have a head start. They're always working. And when they're not working early, they're just working around the clock. They never stop. Why the electricity went out on me today, I do not know. Why I had to hike 1.5 miles with all of my devices trying to charge things up, I don't know. Why? Why did I need to move in the first place? Why, when I pass out and I'm really, really tired because I've been working myself to death all the day, why didn't my phone ring? Or why didn't I hear it when someone called? Like, these are the things that we get trapped up in. Oh, you set a goal. You want to know what I find amazing? That I got that thumbnail done at all. You want to know what I find amazing? That I was able to create that link and send it to this person and send it to that person. You know, we get real caught up in the way things look. We get so caught up, we forget about the fact that it doesn't matter how it looks. What matters is that you acquiesce to God. You know, we set times and we set schedules. And I remember being a kid, and they always used to say, if you want to hear God laugh, tell him about your plans. Has anyone else ever heard that other than me? Thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad you've been praying. Thank you for being Johnny on this. See, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you for holding the line until all of the little distractions and disruption. Thank you. And we ain't going to be done. Because as you've been praying, here we are. Other people are waking up. Other people, this is not going to be easy. Oh, welcome. You remember? Welcome. See, once again, like I said, if you want to hear God laugh, tell him about your plans. You know, some people always say, in the nick of time. Oh, this happened in the this of time, in the nick of time. And I had to start thinking about what that really meant. Well, I was about to scream my head off to grief, when I was about to call, another member of the team, and how y'all let me, and get all caught up into that. I had to stop myself and say, there is no nick of time. There is no late time. There is God's time. That's it. And that's all. There is just God's time. What we as humans call in the nick of time, like you had to have that money paid to this company to keep this thing on, and you didn't know how you were going to pull it off, and it was crunch time, and like 20 minutes before cutoff, the wire transfer comes through, and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, and blase, blah, and it all happened in the nick of time, thank God. And I don't think we ever really realize what we're saying when we say that. When we say nick of time, God showed up in the nick of time. We meant, he showed up right on the edge of when I needed him.
Mm.
And usually when we say nick of time, it's because we were stressing, or we were worrying, or we were going through, because we had plans, and those plans got interrupted, and nothing quite went the way we wanted it to go, and nothing happened this way. And guess what? We keep forgetting patience.
Mm-hmm.
But the word patience is really all about love, from love right over to London.
Hey, shout out to London.
Understand this? It's the patience. See, you wouldn't be saying a nick of time if you truly believe God was going to have it done regardless. You could have spared yourself that little extra worry. You could have spared yourself those gray hairs that you're forcing. It's always God's timing. That's what counts.
Mm-hmm.
God's timing. So rather than me blaming this person rather than me, yelling at the person that was supposed to make sure that the electrician got called rather than sitting around for hours in the dark looking for places. Rather than blaming all of that, I think the true lesson I need to be learning, that I'm sharing with all of you, is that the only way not starting on time should matter is if I think this is all about me. If I think, hey, I said this and I said that, and if I don't do this, they're going to think this and they're going to do. Why?
Mm.
Why would anybody have a complaint about me volunteering my time? I don't get paid for to stand behind what I know God told me. Why would anybody judge that? Whenever I showed up,
Right.
I think about all the revivals I went to that never started on time, but the collection plate came out on time.
Mm-mm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Bishop was 4 hours late.
Not.
But when Bishop showed up, the plates came out. Do you hear me? They came out, child. They didn't miss a beat. We have been waiting all that time. Well, this is the thing. Even if it was YouTube, even if there were some issues, we're not even going to give them that much credit. They've been
Mm-mm.
cutting and editing and pasting and trimming and cutting and editing and pasting and trimming and cutting and editing and pasting and trimming my videos without my permission. Ooh,
Girl.
Lord. Oh, yes, they've been doing it all. They've been doing it all.
Wild. Doing any and everything.
And in the meantime, Grace, are you still a factory? What is it? The factory manual reset. Well, not manual, but the factory reset. How did that go? I didn't even ask.
Girl. Girl.
You you sound good today, though.
That's good.
Well, at
I'm
least you sound
glad.
good to me. Does Grace sound good to everyone? Y'all remember the last time we got Grace through? They just they kept putting her in virtual water and taking her. How are you, Grace?
I'm fine. As long as you can hear me, it's good. There's been a whole lot of shenanigans going on, and it's like you said, the devil is busy. He's trying to win some, trying to scare everybody, thinking that he still got in. He does not. So
He's
we're going to make
trying.
sure that the vibrations are high and
They
nothing
say,
else.
Grace, you sound amazing, and that's all. It's
Oh,
so amazing to hear Grace, and it's fabulous. And look at that.
yeah, I got a jingle.
And
Listen,
just
the
like
last
that, we're
time
back.
you were here,
Just like that,
OMG.
we're back. And guess what? I want to apologize to you.
So, who, girl?
I want to apologize you
For what? What you did?
because I snapped on you,
Girl, please.
and
You thought that's
I
what I
shouldn't have
thought?
done.
Not to me.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I snapped on you, and I shouldn't have.
Oh,
I lost my temper with the situation.
oh,
And I just want to say, you the best Robin I've ever had to my Batman.
oh.
And I'm not going to be Batman in this moment. I'm not going to Robin you. I apologize.
Oh, Kitty. Well, thank you. If you thank you, I accept it fully. And just so you know, I didn't take it as that. I didn't see it as that. I didn't even feel like you did. I felt like you was just like, nah, come on, baby, come on, let's get to work. And that was it, honestly. Like, that's from the
I
bottom of my
know,
heart.
but
It was
you
just
know,
like, all
I'm
right, well, let's
so
get up and let's
accused.
go.
I'm always accused of not being accountable. So I wanted to take the time
Girl,
to be shady and do the right thing at the same time.
girl, you know I like when you be making them jokes at people. But no, well, like I said, that's because they don't know you and they smell like cheese and asbestos. We ain't worried about them. Just know that, girl, I love you. I didn't feel no type of way. Like you said, it's time to lace up because they playing games. And I was like, all right, well, then let's put shoes on. Let's go. I told you, TD, it don't matter what time, anytime. Let's go.
Number one, I'm still mad at where I just moved to
Girl,
because this man literally, there was
mm-mm.
nothing wrong. He just didn't turn the electricity on.
What?
Like when I think about the level of stupidity,
Oh,
when I think about me walking in the rain like Orange Juice Jones, looking for a place to plug up the phone so I could call people to make sure that this one got the link and that one got the link. And I'm over here and I'm walking down the street and I
mm,
saw Jag alone
oh
walking
no.
in the rain on some Orange Juice Jones. I went through everything and welcome
Oh no.
your member. I'm state.
Wait. And she said,
Yeah, I saw Jag alone walking in the rain, and I wasn't holding nobody's hands. Only thing I was holding was all of my shit, trying to find somewhere where I could go plug it in.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
they had me on my
Wait,
orange juice Jones.
wait a minute. Wait, girl, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Girl, wait a minute. Not that you was singing and holding hands in the rain, girl. Last time I had talked to
By
you, it was
myself,
cool
by
windy.
myself, by
By yourself.
myself,
Last
looking
time I
for
talked
something
to
to
you, it was
plug
windy.
into so I could get everything. But it was a god's awful wreck. Went through hell, and then and in the one moment that I turned on the frequencies, I turned on the healing frequencies,
Mm-hmm.
and the last thing I said to someone was, "Make sure I'm up by no later than 11:15. I want to start on time."
Mm.
222. You know what?
Well,
Sometimes it's better just with the angel numbers. Hmm.
you know, it's
Eh,
always better that
Yeah,
way.
yeah, yeah. But the thing is we weren't planning on taking our time. We were planning on taking our time today.
Mm-hmm.
We were accounting for the fact that once we started on time, there was going to be a bunch of this and a bunch of that, and I think I need to hear a song. I just need to. That's what I need. That's what I need. I need a song or two to get my mind right,
That's a
and we're
good
gonna
thing.
wake
We
this up.
always start off the high vibrations with lovely music.
No, we got to because they did
Of course.
everything. They did everything, but just blow up my computer, confiscate my phone.
Girl,
Listen
wait.
to me.
Girl,
No,
wait.
no, but see, wait a minute. I have one more confession. One more confession.
These are your confessions. What's going on, girl? That's all right. It's like you said,
No,
when
because
you
I
lay
feel like
yourself
if we
bare, you're
gonna
so
go to the
free.
Lord and we gonna ask on the Lord, then I feel as though I am obliged. See, I had a PTSD moment yesterday.
You
It didn't
did?
go good for me. Yeah.
Oh no.
Um. No, I didn't want to say anything. Um.
You know that we don't work like that. You know you're supposed to because we're not supposed to hold on
No,
to nothing.
there was a homeless guy that ran up on me.
Oh, it was one of them triggers. Oh, I see. That's
Um.
okay.
He ran up on me,
You ain't
and
jugging, man.
no, I just
Wait a minute
feel the
before.
need.
Hold on. Wait a minute before we go further,
What?
girl. Skip that. Remember we on Sesame Street. You ain't jug 'em, did you? If you jugged 'em, just
Self
move on.
defense is not a crime.
Oh Lord, wait a minute, girl, and you ain't tell me this. Oh no.
I was trying to play
You done,
past it. I was trying
girl,
to play past it. And I didn't tell a lot of people a lot of things that had been leading up to this live.
girl, not that you beat the Bible. Wait.
No, see, number
You ain't want to
one,
hide the
I
Bible
got OC.
right
No,
quick?
I got OCD. That's number one. Number two, he was twice my size and was trying to bully me. Number three,
Oh,
I told
oh,
him, stop
wait
in the
a
name of
minute.
Jesus.
Hold
I told
on.
him to stop in the name of Jesus. So when he came forward, talk about, bitch, I know you
Wait,
got
stop.
some money.
Did you
You
tell
look
her that
like
for
you
real?
got some money. Yeah, he ran up on me.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, oh no. No, skip that. Girl, you was
And
supposed
I
to call
told
me
him,
and be like,
stop in the
listen
name of
here, you might
Jesus.
have to
I
whoop that
said,
air real quick.
listen to me. I had my walking
Not
stick.
in the name of Jesus.
You remember the stick
You got to
that
use
I
your
was
stick.
about to
You
discipline
got to
them
use the
dogs
stick.
with? You,
Girl, not that you got to
uh,
use the stick and you ain't tell me, girl.
I was trying to play past it.
No,
I just
ma'am.
considered
Girl,
it
you supposed to show your
more the
class.
devil.
That's
No,
show and
because
tell
people gonna come
material.
run
I'm
up on me
sorry.
talking about you gonna give me their money. And I'm looking
Oh,
at him like, you better stop in the name of Jesus. And he really didn't. And I popped him. He left me no
oh,
choice.
mm,
Neither him or all of his filth and the 8 years of dirt and possible hepatitis just
mm,
lingering about his clothes was going to let that
mm,
man put his hands
mm,
anywhere near me. It just wasn't
mm,
happening.
mm,
Yes, I had my walking
mm.
stick. I don't go out.
Listen,
Grace, do I go out without my walking stick? Yes, I did. I said, stop in the name of
absolutely
Jesus.
not.
Yes, I did.
Girl, girl, that's the part for me. You remember earlier we was talking about Jesus H. Christ and the alien invasion?
Well, no, because I turned in it. Look, he looked like an extra out of The Walking Dead, and I
Uh,
turned into Michonne, and I said, waka. And he got real gentle, and he went, he just, he got gentle. I,
he said, me trying
I
to
just,
sound like
I,
the Bible if
I,
God watching.
all I'm saying,
Mm,
listen to me. I ain't for it. I'm just not. I'm not about that life
First of all,
at
ain't
all.
nobody supposed to be for it. Everybody, listen, preservation of life
What
is
I
number
will say
one.
is,
You
it's in
have
the
a
manner in
divine
which I
contract.
crack that food. I can promise you this: he won't be able to remember anything that happened to file a police report. That I can
Mm,
tell you,
you know,
because I cracked it right at the crown. But
mm.
get thee behind me, Satan. Sure did.
First
Sure
of
did.
all, first of all, I'm
I
proud
prayed
that you
for him as I
protected
walked
yourself.
away.
I want to hear that. You supposed to protect yourself. Divine
I
law
prayed
number
for him as
one.
I walked away. I prayed.
It sounds like you did God. You did what God asked of you. You ain't supposed to just let somebody play with your life like that. Listen, y'all gonna have to start being a little bit more responsible with the life you've been
They
given.
can
You've
play
been
with their
given,
own lives, is what they can do, because
girl.
I
It's
don't play about mine.
I,
And in honor of Papa Crazy Man in the Head, if you love Jesus,
girl.
I'm just
Not that you
saying.
sat here and had to give somebody that correction.
Listen, he was going down the wrong path. He
Listen,
was.
listen. For all you know, you saved him down a long, dark path, to damnation. For
Well,
all you know,
listen to me. It could have been, somebody really crazy that might have tried to hurt him. I just wanted to make sure he understood. You will go no further in the name of the Lord. Don't you? That you know how they say, if you take one step towards the Lord, He'll take 2 steps towards you. That's what they say, right? Well, see, that's why I didn't want to bring Yeshua into it. I wanted to leave him with what he deserved, Jesus. I, I meant that. I didn't
girl,
say
that
I
Jesus
wasn't
H. Christ.
wrong. Jesus said. Christ, I left it right with, yeah. If I was looking for him to be blessed, I would have said, yeah, sure. I just sat him down in the name of Jesus. You know, honk, honk, if you love Jesus. I was there with it, but listen to me. I done been through hell, man.
Step 1 and 2. Step 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Get on the floor.
Step 1 and 2.
The floor of your life.
Man.
1, 2, 3, and
Love
4.
walk.
Come on. I done been through hell. Been through real hell. I done been through pain. So painful. I done been through hurt. Hurt people. Hurt people. Hurt people. Working my way through to the good life. And it starts with shoes. Christians so tight. Way they make me move. Like I can do anything. Anything. Life is a dance floor.
Step 1 and 2. Step 1 and 2.
Come on.
1, 2, 3, and 4.
What? Get your life on the floor.
Step 1 and 2.
Come on.
Step 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Come on. Get on the floor of your life and let's do the
walk.
Walking through the dance floor of my life. You know that's right. Let's do the
Walk.
flexing as I pass my troubles by. Whoa. Let's do the blood walk. Walking through the dance floor of my life. Let's do the blood walk. Flexing as I pass my troubles by. Ooh, I done had it home, and then I lost it all. I done took some falls, then I stood tall. I done had a dream, turned to nightmare just to become a new dream. Working my way through to a new life, know just what to do. Walk in stride, making my own rules. See, I can do anything, 'cause life, it's a dance floor.
Step 1 and 2. Step 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Get on the floor of your life.
Step 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Get on the floor of your life and let's go and let's do the blood walk. Dancing on the runway of my life. Oh, oh, let's do the blood walk. Leaving all my troubles behind. Come on and let's do the blood walk. Walking through the dance floor of my life. Living on this life. Let's do the blood walk. And leave our troubles. Pass them on by.
You know, when I think about this song, the time that I wrote it, when I wrote this record, oh my God, I had just gotten out of jail, and Giovanni had just passed away. You know, my gratitude, for all that God can do. We've all been through all kinds of things. I don't know, I guess I wanted to pull that one out because we all have our own blood walk to do, our own celebration for surviving.
Yes.
And when I look at the women on the screen, like Auntie Leah was just saying, when I think about Kim Porter, we're going to pray for justice for her today.
Yes.
When I think about Natanya Rubin, we're going to pray for her today.
Mm-hmm.
When I think about Cassie White, I had to put her in the middle. Y'all feel free to drop them carrots anytime you'd like. When I think about Kathy White, smart, ambitious. She worked so hard. Military brat. She had a whole future ahead of her. And the only thing she did wrong was sleep with the wrong guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was kind of Cassie's problem too. You know, part of the reason when I put this thumbnail together, the reason why I blurred Diddy's face, because there's a lot of confusion around him. You have those people who were stupid enough to not want to believe that he meant everything that he did. But there are the people who really didn't know what he was up to. And there are people, you know, I can't wait to make the official announcement. But when I think of Llama, guys, we're about to work on a very interesting conversation. I know. Tupac, Aaliyah, B.I.G. You know, they got Faith doing interviews. Yeah, Angie Stone too, by default, because of Clive. And Diddy was Clive's henchman. Like, I really want to make sure we're not ignoring all of the people that we should have, and people should have just, like Kim, like when I think about, yeah, bitch. But the intersection between Kathy and Kim, you know, yes, but I'm remembering that story that the editor from Vibe told, and they had her in the documentary, but they really took away the gravitas of that moment when he was talking to everyone about how Cassie had came up to her at a party and just said to her, "Hey, how you doing? You okay?" Because she remembered the trauma that woman had been through, that she had put in the back of her mind. She didn't remember that she was a Diddy victim too, until Cassie said to her, "Hey, just checking on you, okay?" Because she knew. How many of those conversations have people had regarding the diddler? How many? So imagine what it's like for me talking to Lama. The conversation, number one, today wasn't all bad. There was some really brilliant moments in the midst of the chaos, and I got to put 3 really extraordinary people together. And I'm so excited about what
I know, right?
What that's going to bring. But for me to be able to have a conversation with Diddy's massage therapist, and she was his massage therapist for 18 years, starting all the way back to the days in the Hamptons, to the J-Lo days. And I know that people probably would think, oh, she's lying. She knew it was going on. I promise you, she did not. What's Faith doing? Faith is doing interviews about how the 90s were wild. I don't know how she remembered.
Still doing it?
Like, I still don't know how she remembers any of the 90s as high as she was on all of it. Everybody knows that my cousin Faith reads off a script. Whatever the Illuminati tells her to do. And like, it's really like I'm trying to be honest. Like, I'm 2 seconds from going all the way off on Faith.
Oh Lord, wait a minute.
Especially considering that Mother Wallace just died, and she's not coming forward with any of the things that she knows. Christopher's grandmother is dead, and Jonathan Hay, the stories that he's had to tell about the uncle molestering behavior that happened while he was working for the Diddy estate, like they was playing with your kid, ma'am.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
But then again, I guess it's better to allow substances
like, wow. His son? Girl, T, we were just talking about
Jonathan
Big
Hay
and his mama hours ago.
Jonathan Hay.
His son?
See, this is the thing about Faith. Faith is probably one of the biggest victims in the world, in my opinion. But the truth is, she was on R&B Divas. She was in that whole franchise with Angie Stone. See, this is the part that's getting to me right now. She was a part of the R&B Divas franchise. Did I ever tell you when Faith got kicked off of R&B Divas?
Wasn't that like one of the reality shows on VH1?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't watch it.
To me. Yes, he is, Lynn. I second that emotion. All of it. But the thing that tripped me out was, because Faith was a part of the whole R&B Divas thing. And then you had Nikki Gilbert. And then they started doing the franchises. I had been approached for LA twice. And I actually sang at the series finale that nobody knew was the series finale. We did it at the House of Blues. It was hosted by Tank. I was one of the other performers that wasn't a part of the cast. A couple other people performed. But it was crazy because that was actually the last time that me and Ricky hung out in LA together. And I'll never forget when I walked up. I felt like a parent walking up on a bunch of misguided kids, and the producers was like, yeah, Jag, we want you for next season. We want you for next season. And it was a shame because all of the cast members performed. And I'm talking about Leela James performed. I'm talking about Shantae Moore performed. I'm talking about all of them. Michelle A performed. My baby, she performed. But I was the guest performer, and it was wild because while they were filming, they had a live band on stage there. Of course, church boy Tank, This is when I realized that was the first time, actually, that final episode of R&B Divas. That's when I knew that Tank was a little tiny truck. That's when I realized that he was Shluminati'd up, because it was the first time he kind of tried to act new on me a little bit. Like I didn't know him.
Yeah.
And then that's when I remembered. Somebody must have told him that I knew about what he had been doing over at Jamie Foxx's house.
Oh, Lord.
So it was real, just like, let's just be honest, it was all fake as hell. It was fake as hell. They got a live band on stage, but everybody was singing to tracks while the band was sitting there pretending to play. Right? Because they gonna come in and they gonna bring in the audio and the applause and all of that stuff that, in production.
That's terrible.
But we were at the House of Blues.
That's terrible.
It was Sunset Boulevard. And there were all of those people out there who were really looking for a show. And I'm just like, so when it came time for me to do my guest spot and Tank introduced me on to the stage, I looked and I said, I know this is supposed to be a TV show. I said, but I'm just amazed that all of these artists and musicians are in here and nobody's using the live band that's sitting here. I turned around, I looked at the band. I said, is all that stuff plugged up? Does it work? Did y'all do a sound check and all that? They said, yeah. I said, do me a favor. Play my song. And I performed the What If. The studio version. And guess what? I had the best performance of the night. And guess what? They did not air it. The final episode that they did at House of Blues for R&B Divas LA, which is what ended up shutting down the entire franchise because Nikki Gilbert was about to put in another lawsuit. Guess what? They didn't show none of the performances. And that's when I knew, yeah, I'm going to stay away from all of these little weirdo reality TV shows. Because what I realized was, like, they cut out Tank's performance. They cut out everyone's performance. Want to know why? The producer finally called me back and told me after they shut down. He said my performance was better than everyone's, including the cast members on the show. And they couldn't allow it to go on because it would have made everyone on the show look bad. How pathetic was that? But I tell you one thing, when I got off that stage, the whole audience was standing up, was like, yo, somebody was like, yo, why couldn't the whole night be like that, man? This TV shit is whack. That's what they said as I was walking off stage. Why couldn't the whole night be like that? And Tank was the hired musical director for that performance. And then the next thing you know, he thought, yes.
Wow.
Yes. That's what happened. The last episode, what really happened. And if anybody goes back and checks my Instagram, there's a picture of me in a black and white, like kind of checkered ensemble with a big hat on with a big brim, me and Corrupt at the House of Blues. That was the last episode of R&B Divas. And I'll never forget, they were all talking cash money bullshit about Miss LA. They was talking about how high she was and how drunk she was. She was on allergy medicine and prescription medicine, which made her a little bit loopy. But no, they had to tell the story about she was an addict. And it was terrible. It was terrible. And the only person that for real got to walk away from that situation with their dignity intact was Leela James. She's the only one. Because you remember, Chrisette Michelle, after that, started losing all of her mind after she messed over my baby Justin in Dallas, guitar slayer, that put her all the way on and got her the best music for that last project that she did before she did the Trump inauguration. And then she sang at the Trump inauguration, and then all of Black America turned on the girl. Sure did. Sure did. Like these reality TV shows. So anyway, I bring all of that up to say that Faith was one of the first ones that started off the R&B Divas franchise. Her, Nikki Gilbert, and Angie Stone.
Wow.
I need y'all to do me a favor. Put a 1 in the chat if any of y'all have heard Faith Evans say one word in honor of Angie Stone, one of her former castmates from R&B Divas. Put a 1 in the chat if anyone's heard anything. Quick know how to stay to himself, because Quick know that the game turns crazy real quick. Exactly. A 2, because ain't nobody heard nothing. And the truth is, she should be the main one speaking up, because the Shluminati has made sure that no one properly acknowledges our late and great Angie Stone. Nobody. Cast members, castmates, cast out, all alike. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it's them
because
thinking
what I'm
that
not
they can do this to
understanding,
people's lives for me.
no, Faith's been watching people move, people around since her first album came out. You know what Diddy is. Diddy has used her so much. Tupac, Biggie, they used her behind to justify a fake East Coast, West Coast thing so that they would be able to cover up their true intentions for moving around Biggie. And Faith was the linchpin in all of the gossip. If Faith had twins, she probably had 2 Pacs. Get it? 2 Pacs. If Faith had twins, she probably had 2 Pacs. 2 Pacs, baby. You know, that was probably one of the most disrespectful lines that a husband could ever kick to his wife. And nobody said nothing. Exactly, Maya. And Faith know all about it. All about it. And my thing is they got him in a cage, girl. He's got the charges to fit. Speak up. And she won't. Which is starting to make me even more curious about their cousin, because the only way you don't speak up now is if you knew and you were afraid that you're going to be charged too, or somebody convinced you that you would be. Because accessory after the fact for a capital crime is still one size fits all. Lady Classic, What I'm going to say is this. You knew something was wrong when she married the godfather of a child that she had with Big Ed. Shluminati. The truth is, I don't think Faith has chosen 555 angel numbers over there. I don't think Faith has ever chosen her own spouse or mate since she signed to Diddy. That's right. Change, transformation is coming, and we're here. We're here to celebrate it in.
Yes.
You know, a lot of people aren't going to say anything because they're accessories or co-conspirators before or after the fact, obstructing justice. But see, even though Pac and Biggie, everyone else around them was lying. It was a gaslighting attempt. And it worked. It worked. See, all of these are ties to what could be considered a criminal enterprise, which does what? It opens up that RICO and everybody and anyone that was around. Yeah, speaking of ushering, anybody seen Usher lately? I saw Mary J. Blige. I seen a performance of her at one of her little shows on this little weirdo tour that she's doing. And guess what? She's sitting up there in a sparkly onesie. Just makeup and hair and the sparkly onesie. And she just sitting there while they singing I'm Going Down. The audience is singing I'm Going Down. And she looked like she's drunk and high out of her mind, holding the microphone to the crowd. And then somebody gonna post talking about, yeah, Mary ain't feeling it tonight. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? She went out and got new titties and all of that after they unalived her on Power. And now they got her back out on the road singing like a stuck pig, and she ain't even singing no more. She just sitting on stage just waiting for the audience to finish everything so that she could get it over. Listen to me, Biggie wasn't the most handsome man in the world. Listen to me, if Usher's over there with Russell, I'm gonna tell you something right now. With all of that weirdo-ness going on over there, they better hope that a tsunami don't pop up. Yeah, they are lard. Yeah, lard. Filled with it. Filled with lard. They're all catching up. They're all catching up. J-Lo. When I look at Nathaniel on the screen, thinking about that terrible thing that happened to her at that nightclub in New York over 25 years ago, and she survived. You would think, honey, listen to me, I don't even believe that crap between her and Misa. I literally think that Misa and Mary cooked that whole thing up to distract everyone away from the trial. I think everyone is doing everything that they can do to distract people away from the trial.
That would be interesting.
Don't nobody even care about Vado. Like, let's just be real. The artist that they're suing each other over, because Misa, it was her artist first, but Mary wants to take control. Ain't nobody worried about no Vado. Most people don't even know who Vado is. I remember Vado, and Vado was over 20 years ago. So how does that matter now. Natanya is an extremely heroic lady. And guess what? She's the most innocent of all the Diddy victims, in my opinion, because he didn't essay her. Like everyone else that's attached to Diddy was either working for him, had some kind of debt to him, they were his artist, or they were his concubine or paramour. Natanya was none of those things. Even though she was an artist, even though she was in the studio, she had just given her life back to Christ. Some friends said, hey, Ebony, come through. We kicking it. She like, you know, I ain't doing that no more. And she came through just for a couple of minutes. It's not like she was in there. She never had a drink. She wasn't trying to do anything. She's just speaking to some old friends of hers from a time in her life that she was moving on from to get closer to God. That's what makes Tanya the most, in my opinion, innocent Diddy victim. Because literally she was put there in that moment for God to use her as a beacon that he is real. And now, after all of those years of people pretending like what happened to her never happened to her, pretending like she made it all up, like it was just some kind of shakedown, like she really didn't get. Was this truth only? I heard today Trump is opening Alcatraz again. He's hoping it's getting prepped for the Diddy phase. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be enough room in Gitmo. You better believe Nerd Squad for life. That's why anybody that thinks that President Donald J. Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, anybody who is running around lying, saying that Trump is going to let Diddy off, no, that can't happen. Because in order for him to let Diddy off, then that means he would have to let go of every other SA teleporting weirdo that Cash Patel is going after. And right now, Cash Patel's number one guy is the Jigga Man. Why ain't nobody talking about that? Why is nobody talking about the fact that Cash Patel is running down on the Jigga Man and all of his nefarious dealings? Like, for instance, this video. Let's get into it. Let's get into this. One more again.
Why was Mo and O clipped that day? I don't know. Why did they blame Yellow Beezy? I don't know. Truth is, Boosie had a lot to gain by watching Mo3 move around. Maybe that's why they shot him over there at the Big T after the wake. A lot of shit goes down at the Big T, but for Boosie to get shot, I guess that's why Mo3 got shot right over there. I guess that's why I couldn't stay in Dallas. I had to get out to watch Mo3 be assassinated, executed, running for his life down this highway in the middle of the day. Like, it was this time of the day. Look how busy this is. And somehow, he was forced to stop his car. Someone stopped their car as well, got out the car. He saw them, he must have recognized, because he turned and started running down the highway in the middle of the day. And they shot him in the back. This make any more sense than the Tupac shit? How the hell was there enough time on a busy highway like this at this time of the day? Who does a shooting in the middle of a highway? She in the middle of the day. and still no answer. It's always too hard to solve a rap murder. Another graveyard.
I bring all of that up in this moment because what I want to do before we start getting into the prayer is reminding everyone why we're praying. You know, salute to Mo3. You want to know what's wild about all of that? When production started working on the clips of Hip Hop as a Graveyard, I don't think either one of us on the team, any of us on the team, were paying attention to what we were looking at. And you know what? Most people wouldn't know what they were looking at either. See, new developments have come up in the Mo3 case regarding the setup of everything we just watched. Now, what a lot of people don't know are all of the little intimate details. And everything that I'm about to tell you is alleged. Everything that I am about to tell you is mostly secondhand information, except for the things that I can line up directly and attest to that I truly do believe, in my opinion, to be true. Before Mo3 passed away, he was working on a film. It was supposed to be a role in a movie, to be his breakout role, to take him and his music to the next thing. It was an easy convince for an up-and-coming artist. The movie company was based out of Dallas. They had some local ties. Rainwater, you're going to burn in hell. And I pray they stoke the fires a little hotter the day that you show up, just to make sure you sweat before you get through those gates. See, anytime an artist is doing a movie or a record contract or a tour, you have to be insured. They put life insurance policies on everyone in the production, including Mo. And when Mo passed away, the film had not been finished wrapping yet. So technically, they were still actively in production, which means all insurance policies were being upheld. Allegedly, Mo was called by someone in the production staff and told that they needed to get one last action scene out of him before they could rap. They told him how the scene was going to go and let him know the whole layout. And so when he got on I-35 that day, allegedly, Mo thought that he was acting a scene in the movie. So when we think about the footage that we've seen of Mo stopping in the middle of the highway, getting out of the car, confronting his attacker, and then turning and running, shoelaces not tied up all the way. So when he was pow down, his shoes fell off, to which people that he knew who were there took pictures of that and posted that up on social media later that night. And they were laughing and making fun of the way he passed away. Not only that, there were all of the text messages that were gathered up by Miss Lowdown. And shout out and salute to Miss Lowdown. 80,000 subscribers strong, and she's bringing the truth. And guess what? I like what she's doing over there, and I hope you guys are subscribed to her, because the truth is she has a lot of great alternate information that a lot of these CCs don't want nobody to hear. And she has been shadow bananaed. She has been stalked. She has been threatened. She has had to put in her own IC3 reports. She has been on it. But when it came to this Mo3 story, she's the one that I look to verify whether or not my information and her information line up. And it always has. Now, there were auctioning off of people getting involved in this whole movie Red Rum plot on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram. They were passing around. I understand. I know, Michael. And yes, alleged. I said this first, but allegedly, the hit on Mo3's life was auctioned off on social media. People's cash apps were collected, and people were paid, allegedly. Everyone around him knew what was going on. Pure gaslighting. Mo3, we have good reason to believe, was a cooperating participant in his own unalivement. Think about it. I mean, really think about what I'm telling you. He was called. He was given action on what to do, when to show up, when to be there. And while he thought he was acting, they had the end of his life all planned. And then they cashed in that policy. See, that's the thing. Yeah, but no, but this isn't the first time this has happened. Who remembers Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee? Because allegedly, the incident that he passed away in on his movies, on the movie he was on, wasn't no accident. and everybody was in on it except for him, just like we're hearing about with Mo3. This is Shluminati. They all had money after that. Yes, Vale, Bruce, Brandon. It wasn't until they could get the Bruce Lee legacy out the way that they were able to push through the Jackie Chans and push through the Jet Lis, who we also remember did a film with Aaliyah right before she... The Alex Baldwin thing too. The question is, how many crimes have we actually witnessed that were real crimes that we thought were all staged events in movies? How many? They don't talk about all of the starlets who were actually SA'd in their so-called love scenes in movies. Women sitting there being assaulted on camera with a whole crew around. King Von, all of it. Liam Payne. Janis Joplin. It's the same sick gag, and they've been working it over and over and over and over. Everything is a lineup. But see, it's not the bad guys who put the plans into motion that really suck. It's all of the cooperating people that are working it around them. Please, let's not forget about Ann Page, Ellen DeGeneres' ex-girlfriend, Diddy's friend. Diddy was just as cool with Ellen as he was with Ashton Kutcher. Now you got Blake Lively. Are we forgetting that they pronounced Ann Haste unalive, and we saw when they took her from the residence and was putting her, we saw it. We saw them. We saw them. She jumped up. They had pronounced her gone, and she jumped up, and we saw that on camera. I hear you, Michael, but we're far past. We just in God's hands now, Michael. And I believe that God is going to see me and everyone through. Because it's time for the real ones to stop being afraid of what happens when we tell the truth. And it's time for all of the fake ones to start being afraid that we won't stop telling the truth. We can't. Oh, honey, Brittany Murphy, pneumonia. She passed away from pneumonia too. Sure did. We saw. Well, Team Jesus, if we gotta crack them in their head, but Team Yeshua, if we're looking. if we're looking for the real thing to happen, I just wanted to, before we get into praying, I know her husband passed away not long after her from the pneumonia too. Why don't we fight harder to get to the truth of these situations? And now we got Angie Stone. And she didn't have nice things to say about Diddy either. Not at all. And now it seems like the push for getting answers about what really happened is like nobody wants to know what really happened. Honey, I can't even get in to Celine Dion because ever since her husband passed away, that old man that she was married to, and is everybody forgetting that her and her husband was like 30, 40 years apart, and he was her manager from the time that she was a teenager, and then the second that she got old enough to marry, he married her, and like, was her husband's name Renee as well? Like, ever since he's been gone, that Vegas show shut down, everything shut down. It's like, why is nobody paying attention to what's really going on? And everybody tried to normalize that relationship between Celine and her husband, but she was like 18, 19 when they got married, and he was in his late 40s. And he had been her manager all the way through her career. So the question is, when did he fall in love with this little girl he was managing? When? And did she ever really have a chance to fall in love with him? Or was there just no choice? And at the end of the day, all roads lead back to the diddler and his alleged criminal enterprise. You know, part of the reason why the industry hates me so much is because I remember all of what happened. I'm not fooled in any way. Real quick, I want to just take one more look at what we played for the intro today. After everything. Oh, honey, don't feel bad that you fell asleep. You got just enough rest so that you could be right on point for prayer. Honey, you ain't missed nothing. Mm-hmm. We are recapping, giving testimony. And when we close, we're going to close strong with prayer. And whoever can make it and come through and pray with us, they can. And guess what? Who says this is going to be the last prayer? Who knows how long this trial is? We're praying for the jury today. Who told you we're not going to come back and pray for when the trial starts? Or we're not going to pray we're going to keep praying around here. Mm-hmm. This ain't nothing but the kickoff. We're going to pray and pray until everyone who preyed on the innocents begs God for mercy. But after all of the details that I just told you about Mo3, let's look at this one more time to see if this hits any differently.
Why was Mo in Oak-Cliff that day? I don't know. Why did they blame Yellow Beezy? I don't know. Truth is, Boosie had a lot to gain by watching Mo3 move around. Maybe that's why they shot him over there at the Big T after the wake. A lot of shit goes down at the Big T, but for Boosie to get shot, I guess that's why Mo3 got shot right over there. I guess that's why I couldn't stay in Dallas. I had to get out. To watch Mo3 be assassinated, executed, running for his life down this highway in the middle of the day. Like, it was this time of the day. Look how busy this is. And somehow, he was forced to stop his car. Someone stopped their car as well, got out the car. He saw them, he must have recognized, because he turned and started running down the highway in the middle of the day. And they shot him in the back. This make any more sense than the Tupac shit? How the hell was there enough time on a busy highway like this at this time of the day? Who does a shooting in the middle of a highway? She in the middle of the day. And still no answer. It's always too hard to solve a rap murder. Another graveyard.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want y'all to know that was some bullshit. Put a 3 in the chat if that looks differently to you now with everything that I just told you. Grace is going to be right back. She's got little people to get off to the schoolhouse. You just got me for now. Seriously. How different does that look to us now? Wondered why he or assailant wasn't hit by oncoming exactly. Because it was all staged. They told him he was in a movie. They just didn't tell him that it was the story of the end of his life. Allegedly. Imagine that. And you want to know what's wild? Now that Yellow Beezy is finally being held into account, it seems like there should be more conversations about Bootsy's role. Because when Bootsy came to Dallas for Mo3's wake, he was pow-powed at the Big T. And everyone was very hush-hush about what was going on. But for whatever reason, there were people around Mo3 that thought, allegedly, that Bootsy had a hand in orchestrating what happened to Mo. And that's why they popped him over there at the Big T. Now, all of a sudden, that all of these things are being rediscovered, and Yellow Beezy is finally, being held into account, and they're starting to look at all of the potential suspects that are around this. Now, all of a sudden, Bootsy is having half a stroke and a piece of heart attack. He's getting in car accidents himself. Like, is anybody not paying attention to the fact that whatever that thing was that Bootsy was caught off in Atlanta, that they lied to everybody and said was in Memphis, was looking just like a little reminiscent of what was staged and happened to Mo3? Is what happened to Boosie? What was that Boosie, or was that karma? Was that the revenge of Mo3? Yeah, exactly. Vlad, set up king. All working on behalf of the elites. Now let's look at that. Let's look at that for real. Is everyone being honest about why Boosie's going through so many hard times? Don't forget, he was also rearrested after messing with Vlad. They rushed into his crib. See, it's all the lies that they tell. You know, there's certain content creators I like. There's certain content creators I look at sideways. But what I'm about to say next, if it don't apply, let it fly. All content creators that are sitting around there, sitting around here on YouTube, all of you who are publicizing that, you know, the Cowboy Carter tour is doing well. The real fans are taking pictures of half-empty stadiums. The real fans who are there are pissed off. They had to pull everyone from the back and push everyone to the front. So now people that overpaid early, whose ticket prices for resale dropped down so low that it was embarrassing for them to actually say how much they paid in the first place. Now they are all sitting there with people that only paid $20 to get in. We're buffering? Are we? Are we buffering? Is anyone else buffering, or is it just so? Yeah. People paid $20 to get in, and they sitting next to people in the audience who paid $2,000, $3,000 to get in. Imagine that. Imagine that. Can you imagine what that must be like? You paid $2,000 in advance. You spent up all your income tax money. You got that early refund so that you can have floor seats and see Beyonce and feel like you... Okay, then it must be someone else. Thank you, Auntie Leah. You want to sit there and they spent all of that money, and this fool wait until the last minute, like Trashy the Grap said, and got the ticket for $20. That's it. Yeah. And from what I hear, the show ain't very good. And from what I hear, I know, Mel, so many lost souls. I'm 55, seen the most. And though this is not natural, elites love them their death clause, yeah, contracts. Either way, they win, dead or alive. I gotta make sure I sign. I gotta star that one, Mel. I know that everybody's been praying, and we're going to pray together before it's over. The tickets might as well be free. Ain't no, exactly. And still no banjo. They got that little girl sitting up there parading herself all around. All around. 13 years old. They got her looking like she's 20 and she still ain't that good. Honey, beyond desperate. And now with them looking for a new house in England, nobody's bothering to pay attention to how that timing is lining up. You got content creators who seem to be completely fixated on promoting these people as success when they're not. They're failing badly. They're failing badly. And all they have to do is put out a press release. Get a couple bloggers to run their mouth. I just want to take a quick moment to acknowledge a song from my private catalog. Some of you know it. Look at you. That's what they do this all for. To be seen.
I'm a star. Look at me.
That's what they want.
I'm spectacular. Can't you see? I'm going far. Look at me. I'm a winner. Look at me. I'm so high. Oblivious to my surroundings. As I watch it all pass me by. Running away from the sun. Can't run it for one more trip. I'm running and I'm running and running. Wait, I'm running and I'm running. Won't trip around the sun. Running, running, running till my feet get numb. And run one more trip around the sun. Running, running, running till my feet get numb. I'm running around the sun. Computer bad, computer bad. Kill them all until they're dead. Put another bullet in their heads. Call it entertainment. Instead. Computer bad. Get them high. Hang them till they're dead. Put another chemical in their heads. Call it, that's entertainment. Instead. Look at me, I'm famous. Look at me, I'm the shit. Look at me, got 1 million followers. That must mean that I'm so rich. Look at me, I'm a failure. Look at me, I don't snitch, not for anybody, yo. Look at me, I'm a freak. Don't look away, I might be dead by next week. So running away from the sun. Can't run it for one more trip. I'm running and I'm running and running. Wait, I'm running and I'm running. Won't trip around the sun. Running till my feet get numb. And run one more trip around the sun. Running till my feet get numb. I'm running around the sun. Computer bad. Kill them all until they're dead. Put another bullet in their heads. Call it entertainment. Instead. Computer bad. Get them high. Hang them till they're dead. Put another chemical in their heads. Call it, that's entertainment. Instead.
Let's be clear. There is one person that people are trying to avoid talking about in the midst of the Diddy trial. And this seems like everybody he put his arm around finds themselves in such a precarious state. I mean, look at that. It's almost,
entertainment instead.
Auntie Leah and Michael, you ain't kidding. At the end of the day, it really all comes down to this. You know, when you think of all of these so-called black elitists, when you think of all of the things that people say, you know, all of the things that people do, to cover up the truth, to keep us running around chasing our tails, when the truth is the truth should be so obvious. And when I think about all of the foolishness and the tomfoolery that's been going on in the backdrop of this trial, and how much of it has been affected, allegedly, by YouTube and YouTube content creators with their confusing theories and headlines and stories and breaking news. Everything they doing is breaking wind. That's what they breaking. They ain't breaking news. They breaking wind. The lies that people tell, and all to protect a bunch of weirdos. And for what? Because don't none of these people care. When I think about this moment in my life, exactly, breaking fake news. When I look at that, over 23 years ago now, it'll be 24 years. It'll be 24 years. December this year, I was pregnant with Sam, my only living son left. My only living child left. I had no idea what I was doing that day. I had no idea what I was taking part in. And the truth is I didn't even want to be there. I didn't even want to be there. And yet, Rich called me and told me I had to come. He said, Jag, get on the train. You're about to make history. He knew it. And he knew I was ready. I just didn't want to be there. And when I did Madison Square Garden, from Fade to Black, the so-called retirement tour, it's so funny. Jay-Z came in and he worked so hard to make such a big name for himself, just to hurry up and retire and become, that's Chacon, I believe, the freedom fighter. It's funny. He pretended to care about this civil hero, just like the Roots pretended to care about Mumia. It's funny. It's like they all found the right socially conscious cause and hot button issue to make it seem like they cared about anything more than what they ever cared about. What they cared about was money, power, respect. What you need in life: money, power, respect. If you eating right, money, power, respect. If you see the lie, money, power, respect. Money, power, respect. Thank you. And pretty much everybody else feels that way too. But unfortunately, Mary, even to this day, was still very upset that they allowed that to happen. She was so busy with her head stuck so far up her ass, she didn't bother to stay for the whole of rehearsal to see how the entire run of show went. So she felt like she was ambushed when she came to MTV Studios the next day. I know, but this is what rappers used to do. Like, it's sad when you see rappers like Talib Kweli still pretending to be socially conscious, like anybody believes that he's interested in being conscious about anything other than 21-year-old girls that he can have unprotected sex with, and make babies out of wedlock. Like, it. Yeah, Jay-Z, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. But he had always felt that way. He knew exactly who I was, just like I knew exactly who he was. And the weirdest part of that day was us pretending like we didn't know each other. And I did not, I didn't tell anyone. I kept it secret because I was ashamed. Because there was so much that I knew, so much that I knew about him, so much that I knew about them streets, so much that I knew, so much that I knew about the reality. But I didn't know all of the reality. What I didn't know is that allegedly I was singing at and presiding over the Sacrifice concert for Aaliyah Dana Horton. I didn't realize that the lyrics of Song Cry lined up so perfectly with her unalivement. I didn't notice. I didn't see. Not at all. All I could think about was Lamont. All I could think about was Big L and how that should have been his moment, how that should have been his time, how it should have been everything for him. He was the one. He was the real one. And that's where my mind was. I didn't realize there was a bigger game afoot, a much bigger game afoot. I didn't see that part. All I could see was my own grief. I couldn't see. Because if I had paid attention, if I had been paying attention, anything other than what I was going through and what I was experiencing, what I was seeing, and the guilt that I felt about all of the lies being told and all of the things that were like, I wasn't focusing on what was really going on. Just like I didn't notice that I was also being lined up for next. I was the next. I was the next one. This was also around the same time that, Beyonce was trying to bust loose and be somebody. Also that same time, I watched Beyonce and Rihanna come through like wrecking balls. The difference was Rihanna was actually a kid. Beyonce was lying about her age, pretending she was one. So when you hear stories like L.A. Reid talking about how it was Beyonce, that told him that he needed to pick Rihanna over Sierra Marie. Yeah, I was. Because Lord knows they came for Lauren. They came for Lauren with everything. But see, God said no. God said no. I see, that's the thing. I did have an idea. I didn't know how deep. And see, that's what I heard in Stone's voice that day. That's what I heard. You know what? Hell with this. See, this is why I get so angry.
Do y'all hear me? Because see, we're going to get into this today. Before we say this prayer, I need everybody. It sounds muffled at times. Well, I had my microphone on, and now I'm just straight up and uncut in the studio. Can you hear me okay now? Thank you, Michael. Thank you. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into it. Hold on a second. I got all kinds of messages coming through. I had popped out for a second because I was switching devices. I want to share y'all just a little something that you haven't heard yet. But I think it's time we get into it now. April 14th, 2025.
Press the little people in the corner.
And then add something to this. Pause. Let me make sure I got us all squared away here.
What's wrong? It can get old.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear this guy.
I'm trying to get up.
If you can hear it clearly.
So,
Like usually if you hit it.
can you see my screen?
No. Hold on a second. Let me go inside this other app. Yeah, I see your screen, but it doesn't say that anyone's there.
So, yeah. Man, this board is so smooth, dog. I told you. You know? It's smooth. I love it. I really think with the tongue, what's that? That's important than anything.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? That's
just like Angie.
Important. Yeah, that's all I care about.
And the same thing they did to her is the same thing they've been doing to me.
Yeah.
I don't
I know. Trust me. Let me tell you something, Pete. Angie and I had a phone call. We were talking about the music industry. We were talking about artists. We were talking about people. We talked about you. Angie talked about all the people that have done her wrong, all the artists in the industry that have done her wrong. Your name came up. We were talking about you and all this stuff. She said, oh, yeah, baby, she done been through stuff, too. She said, I'm going to have her on my show, baby. She done been through. She said, she got a book. I'm gonna bring her on my show. We're going to talk. So she had a lot of love for you.
I had a lot of love for her. I remember the last show that they let us do together. Me, her, and Lettucey. Atlantic City at the showboat. My grandmom came. Snowed that night. And they were talking about canceling. Because it was Atlantic City and it was a snowstorm. And Angie walked up to me and she said, Jag, you still want to do the gig? And I said, Angie, you headlining. What do you want to do? She said, I think we should do it no matter who shows up. Let's do the show. And I said, you got me. I said, if Letty's on, we got a show. They shorted us the end of that night. Even though the show is sold out, only a third of the people showed up, and they still shorted us for snow hazard conditions. Something wrong with the insurance. I came up so short that night, I literally had to take $500, go to the casino floor, and gamble for 4 hours to be able to pay out my band and walk home with something. Showboat was supposed to pay me that night. As an artist, I got paid as a gambler.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's
that was the last show they let me and Angie do together. After that, no booking agents were allowed to book us all together again.
You and Angie, you know, and here's the crazy
part. They came to get me that night, right?
You guys would have been great together all the time. All the time.
We couldn't be because of Michael.
Yeah. Like Snoop and Dre type shit. And as
we could not be because of Michael. Michael was the linchpin between Angie and I. I remember when they first started shaping her up. You keep forgetting how close Michael was to us. The Roots. I'll never forget how many times Rich Nichols said, the hardest thing for me to do is try to figure out how to not let them treat you like they treat Angie, but you got to play the game.
Wow.
What's even funnier is Angie was influenced by my godmother, Betty Wright.
And
that's the saddest part about it. Because when they moved my godmother out the way, they replaced her with Angie.
Yeah, that shit is.
I did not know that. Shit.
Yeah.
People keep forgetting this is Clive.
He's got a history, a long running history.
I'm going to tell you this right now. The canceled check that he gave Janis Joplin that she refused to sign because she was going to go after him, and then she ended up dead. Whitney.
Shut the fuck up, Jack. Are you serious?
The first person that mother tried to try. That was not an accident.
Whoa. Yeah. Wow.
That's what's real.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Jag. Sometimes I regret. I'm not on the YouTube for all that extra shit. To be honest,
I know.
I regret even. I feel bad. I don't want to say I regret because I love Angie, and I cry with Angie on the phone almost 2 or 3 times a week. I couldn't help myself. She would start telling me shit. Before I knew it, her and I are crying on the phone for 2 and 3 hours, right? But I thought I was doing something in the memory of Angie by speaking my truth. But I didn't realize that by me speaking my truth was going to turn into people trolling me because I'm only telling you the shit that's coming from the shit that I was doing.
Can I tell you the first mistake you made?
Sure, go ahead.
When you told them you had recordings.
Well, okay, Jazz. I agree and I disagree with you. I'm going to tell you why.
No, I hear what you're saying, but when I say that, you don't say that unless you're trying to make sure you're letting them know that you're not going to let them kill you for it.
I agree with you. So beat this. In the state of Nevada, you don't have to let a person know you're recording them. If you're on the
I know one party recording. I'm Texas.
Right? So and you're right. I thought about that, but I did have a reason why I did that, right? Because Angie said some crazy shit to me. Not only did she say some deep, crazy shit to me, she put me on the phone with people right? She said to me, Stone, I want you to record this phone call because what was happening was when we found out she had no money, Jag.
I know that. I know she had no money. I know that's why she took that gig. And that's how they knew that they were going to be able to work it out.
Yeah,
why do you think I don't do gigs anymore?
Yeah.
Because they tried to kill me in Houston.
Yes. I had to call her and tell her, right? I kept telling myself, how do I call this lady that I love, that I respect, and tell her that there is no fucking money? Do you know it took me 2 hours that morning to call her because I was scared to call her
and tell her there was no money.
I was worried how she was going to respond. So I texted her first and I said, Stoney, I got some shit to tell you. She said, what, baby? I said, man, I don't even know how to say this. She said, just call me, baby. And I called her. I said, look, man, I said, I don't even know how to say this, but it looks like you sold all of your music. She said, what? I say, sis, I'm just telling you the shit we found. I say,
my ex-husband forged my documents so that Rock Nation could take control of using my catalog for title.
Absolutely. I know.
And I know they did the same thing. The question is who did it? Her son or Michael Archer?
So now here's the weird part. It's funny you say, now first in the beginning, everybody was talking about her son, right? And I was like, fuck that. Her son ain't done shit. But I'm going to tell you something. I got a phone call the other day from a female that dealt with the driver. And she said some crazy shit to me. She said, Michael is still talking to the driver. I said, what? She said, every day. I said, wait a minute, this shit is, he's what? She said, yeah, he on the phone with him every day. I say, how do you know this? She said, Stone, you know I dated the motherfucker for a long time. He calls me every day because he's trying to get me to date him again. He's trying to come back and stay in the house. I say, so he's on the phone with him every day? She said he's on the phone with him every single day. She said, I was just with Shayna and him at that event when they did the premiere for the documentary coming out and shit. She said, and Shayna told her, listen, I'm trying to make these ambassador deals across the country with the merch. If I can do that, I'm set for life, right? So I said, what the? I said, we always knew the Shayna situation from the beginning. It was always weird. But to get back to that call, so Angie was like, I need you to be on the phone when I call this particular industry person. And I said, sis, you sure? She said, no, I want to prove to you that I didn't sell my shit, my 50%, right? She calls the person. She told me to record the phone call.
Uh-huh.
The person was trying to make her think she was crazy. I listened to this, Jag.
Gaslight. Gaslight 101.
Yeah,
that's why she needed you to record. I'm hoping that she learned that from me silently.
You know what, Jag? I think she did, because Angie didn't used to do shit like that. She was moving different. She said, please record it. But the lady was trying to make her feel like she was, like something was wrong with her. Like, no, you wrong. You know, we ain't got you. I sold my 50%. I don't know where yours is. This the shit she said, Jack. I don't know where yours is, baby. Then she said, so you need to talk to somebody else. I'm going to hook you up with this person for the mechanical. She said, well, I'm talking about my publishing. She said, well, we don't need to talk about publishing, Angie. We're going to talk about mechanicals. Now, I think you might have some mechanicals. I'm not quite sure. But you have to talk to this person. But as far as publishing, I sold my 50%, Angie. I don't know where yours is. Now, beat this. You know, 2 days ago, between me and you, I get a call from my big brother. He says some crazy shit. He says, such and such is trying to get me. Now, all of a sudden, she got money for Angie. She gone, y'all. Now, all of a sudden, she got a check for Angie, right? But she's trying to use my brother to get the check, pass the check on to the kid. My brother said, I'm done with this shit.
Yeah, right.
No, because she wants to be able to pass it through ways where it can't directly come back to her, because she doesn't want to say, who gave her the money.
Bingo. Same fraud that said on the phone and said she didn't know where no money was and Angie had no. I got the.
We got somebody in the truck. You know that, right?
Oh, I'm with you.
No. I need to show you. I don't. Hold on a second. I think I can share a screen. Go to my photos. Thank God I've been in a monogamous relationship. I ain't got to worry about no dick pics showing up.
Don't open my phone. There's so many vaginas and ass.
I'm sure.
Titties and vaginas everywhere.
You see that?
Oh.
That's Lethal's
what?
Sprinter.
Holy shit. Yo. What the fuck?
We also have footage from inside. No blood. No impact. They said she was thrown from that side window. None of the airbags deployed.
What?
Wow.
Even if she had passed away in that van, there would be some evidence of it.
Right.
Yeah, right.
There would be something, even though I'm going to take that picture and drop it in here for you guys so you can see it.
That shit's, I can't even understand what I'm looking at.
I'm going to put it here in the chat so you guys can see it. And we have footage from inside.
Damn, man.
So the real devil behind this is the real devil.
Come on, me.
Listen to me. Let's be very clear.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be very clear about who we're talking about. I dropped it in the chat so you guys can have it.
I know. Davis.
These people, Angie's son, her daughter, even Lethal, even they weren't smart enough to coordinate all this.
No.
Yeah.
They were not smart enough to coordinate all this.
Hey, but you know what, Jack? These women are scared of this man. These women are scared. These women cried on the phone with me, Jack. These women scared. I don't know what the fuck this dude do, but I ain't never seen women so scared.
He's a full-on warlock who has access to a criminal organization that passes out money on Cash App to strangers to go do hits blind.
Yeah, you on your shit. You definitely know what's up, for sure.
The only reason I'm alive is because I know what I know. I was really praying that there was somebody that was going to stand in the gap for Angie.
Yeah,
but I know the only reason
I did the best I could.
I know the only reason she did that show was because she needed so much.
Yeah, she needed it. She did. I know.
I bet you she was about to lose that house, wasn't she?
Yeah. She didn't want to do the show, Jack. She didn't want to do it, Jack. She had no choice. She didn't want to go. She told me she really didn't want to be on the road. She expressed that to me. It
sounds like Aaliyah not wanting to get on that plane, and then the next thing you know, they carried her on while she was unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. This is Nietzsche. Wait a minute. I don't want to disconnect. Hold on a second. I think we got to add him back in.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, it's calling him back.
Yeah.
They sent police officers.
Okay, everybody there? Okay, there we go.
To my studio.
She didn't want to do it. She expressed it. And then I told her this. She said, I sent her a picture because I showed her that I had all the dates lined up, right? The Yoshi's date, all her dates that were coming up. So she said, "You coming, baby?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You know what? I'm going to come out on the first 3 shows." But honestly, I lied to her because I kept telling her I'm going to come on the first date, but I didn't want to tell her my real reason for not going was I didn't want to get on those were coming up. So she said, "You coming, baby?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You know what? I'm going to come out on the first 3 shows." But honestly, I lied to her because I kept telling her I'm going to come on the first date, but I didn't want to tell her my real reason for not going was I didn't want to get on those motherfucking airplanes, right? So
they were dropping out the sky.
Right. So I kept postponing it. I postponed it all the way to Thursday, and I called her and I said, "Stoney." She said, "What, baby?" I said, "Man," I got to get a rental car. I'm making excuses. And she said, "Boy, you don't need to get a rental car. You ride with us in the van." I was like, "Fuck." So then I called her back 3 hours later, and I said, "Stoney," I said, "Man, this last minute I got to get a hotel." She said, she said, "You coming or not? You better quit playing with me. The band's got a room." I said, "Shit," because I'm trying to get out of it. So I waited until like 9 o'clock that Thursday, and I hit her back and I said, "Stoney, something came up. I got a session." I lied. I got a session with a client tomorrow, and I said I got a session with a client tomorrow, so I can't do it. But I really lied to her, and I felt bad because my last statement to her was me lying instead of me just telling her I don't want to get on the plane. And I really kind of didn't feel like going. It just felt, I can't explain to you what it felt like.
It felt like if you were going to go, you were going to die.
Bingo. And I didn't know why I felt that way. I felt guilty for lying to her, but I didn't go because it just, I didn't want to get on the plane. And then on top of that, it just felt kind of weird, like I shouldn't go. And I couldn't put 2 and 2 together of why I was feeling that way. But when it happened, then it made sense. I said, "Fuck, man." Because Dad, I'm the common sense person. Like, I would have watched the whole show. I would have chilled and rested because I don't like people driving. I'm the kind of person that if I'm with you, you on the road,
I'm going to drive.
Resting.
I could drive 24 hours.
You hear what I'm saying?
I'll drive.
Right. I would have been driving because I don't like putting my life in other people's hands. Right.
That's the point.
There won't be nobody who got no energy to drive. Everybody's dead tired. By the time I pull over, everybody's white.
You feel? So I would have been the one chilling, just relaxing, resting. Yes. Be the driver. I wouldn't have been by the stage.
No, you would have been the one they shot in the back of the head so they could get rid of her and stage the accident.
Hey, you want to know something else that I didn't hear? Let me tell you some deep shit. So that morning, everything is fresh the first 8 hours, the first 24 hours, right? Yeah. I got the call from Juanita first contacted me. She was freaking out so much I couldn't talk to her. So then Shayna called me, and Shayna's at the hospital with the detectives, right? So she's spitting game to me. I'm hearing her talk to these detectives. She's saying weird ass shit to me about her and Lethal, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Angie just died. You want to talk about you and the dude he eating you out, your ass out a week before. Like, I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. But she was tripping off of the girl that came to the hospital to get Lethal, right? I wasn't trying to hear that. I don't care about the driver. I don't know him. I'm not trying to hear. I just want to why you're having this conversation with me, right? Whoever the girl was, I'm not sure, but Shayna was tripping the fact that he brought her to the hospital to pick him up. That I guess she came to pick him up. So then she started talking. She was talking to the detectives. I don't think the detective knew that I was on the phone. I'm gonna be honest with you, because if he did, I think he would have told her to turn her phone off. Yeah. So she must have had me on the headset, and he was saying something to her, and she said, "Well, why? I need to." So I said, "What did he just say?" She said, "He just told me, asked me if I had a gun," and I asked him why. And then he said to her, I said, "Well, why would he ask you if you had a gun?"
Because Angie had been shot, I bet.
3 people had guns in that van.
She was shot.
You feel what I'm saying? So
you heard,
it's weird. I said, why would
you know that they're still stalling on the autopsy results.
Come on now. Come on.
Let's stop there for a second. Is everybody clear on what I just played for y'all? Put a 4 in the chat if you're confused about anything you just heard. Put a 5 in the chat if you need me to rewind a few minutes so you can hear a little more and just really understand. Now y'all just heard him sit there and say that he lied to Angie. Told her he had a recording. Here they all signed while the police were asking them about who else had a pow in that thing. We'll rewind a little bit. You want to know what I find funny? When it came time for Stone to do the interview with me on the Jaguar Wright show, guess what? He said he had a studio session, just like he told me. And he didn't think that was going to make me look at him a little sideways. I don't understand. Let's listen a little more. Let's rewind a little bit. I want y'all to listen to this.
Wait a minute, this shit is, well, he's what? She said, yeah, he on the phone with him every day. I say, how do you know this? She said, Stone, you know I dated the motherfucker for a long time. He calls me every day because he's trying to get me to date him again. He's trying to come back and stay in the house. I say, so he's on the phone with him every day? She said, he's on the phone with him every single day. She said, I was just with Shayna and him at that event when they did the premiere for the documentary coming out and shit. She said, and Shayna told her, listen, I'm trying to make these ambassador deals across the country with the merch. If I can do that, I'm set for life, right? So I said, what the? I said, we always knew the Shayna situation from the beginning. It was always weird. But to get back to that call, so Angie was like, I need you to be on the phone when I call this particular industry person. And I said, sis, you sure? She said, no, I want to prove to you that I didn't sell my shit, my 50%, right? She calls the person she told me to record the phone call. Uh-huh. The person was trying to make her think she was crazy. I listened to this, Jag.
Gaslight. Gaslight 101. Yeah, that's why she needed you to record. I'm hoping that she learned that from me silently.
You know what, Jag? I think she did, because Angie didn't used to do shit like that. She was moving different. She said, please record it. But the like on the phone with her. Like, no, you wrong. You know, we got to uphold my 50%. I don't know where yours is. I don't know where yours is, baby. And she said, so you need to talk to somebody else. I'm going to hook you up with this person for the mechanical. She said, well, I'm talking about my publishing. She said, well, we don't need to talk about publishing, and we're going to talk about mechanicals. Now, I think you might have some mechanicals. I'm not quite sure. But you have to talk to this person. But as far as publishing, I sold my 50%, and I don't know where yours is. Now, think this. Do you know 2 days ago, between me and you, I get a call from my big brother. He says some crazy shit. He says, such and such is trying to get me. Now, all of a sudden, she got money for Angie. She gone, y'all. Now, all of a sudden, she got a check for Angie, right? But she's trying to use my brother to give the check, pass the check off to the kid. My brother said, I'm done with this shit. Yeah, right.
No, because she wants to be able to pass it in ways where it can't directly come back to her, because she doesn't want to say, who gave her the money.
Bingo. Same fraud. She said on the phone and said she didn't know what no money was to Angie had.
We got somebody in the truck. You know that, right? No. I need to show you. Hold on a second. I think I can share a screen. We go to my photos. Thank God I've been in a monogamous relationship. I ain't got to worry about no dick pics showing up.
I'll open my phone. There's so many vaginas in there.
I'm sure.
Titties and vaginas everywhere.
You see that?
Oh,
that's Lethal's Sprinter.
Yo, what the fuck?
We also had footage from inside. No blood, no impact. They said she was thrown from that side window. None of the airbags deployed.
What? Wow.
Even if she had passed away in that van, there would be some evidence of it.
Yeah, right.
There would be something, even though I'm going to take that picture and drop it in here for you guys so you can see it.
Shit, I can't even understand what I'm looking at.
I'm going to put it here in the chat.
That's crazy, man.
So you guys can see it. And we have footage from inside.
God damn, man. The real devil behind this is the real devil. Come on, baby.
Listen to me. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear about who we're talking about. I dropped it in the chat so you guys can have it.
I know, Davis.
These people, Angie's son, her daughter, even Lethal, even they weren't smart enough to coordinate all this.
No. Yeah.
They were not smart enough to coordinate all this.
Hey, but you know what, Jack? These women are scared of this man. These women are scared. These women cried on the phone with me, Jack. These women are scared. I don't know what the fuck this dude do, but I ain't never seen women so scared.
He's a full-on warlock who has access to a criminal organization that passes out money on Cash App to strangers to go do hits blind.
Yeah, you on your shit. You definitely know what's up, for sure.
The only reason I'm alive is because I know what I know. I was really praying that there was somebody that was going to stand in the gap for Angie.
Yeah,
but I know the only reason.
I did the best I could.
I know the only reason she did that show was.
Yeah, she needed it. She did. I know.
I bet you she was about to lose that house, wasn't she?
Yeah. She didn't want to do the show, Jack. She didn't want to do it, Jack. She had no choice. She didn't want to go. She told me she really didn't want to be on the road. She expressed that to me. It sounds like
Aaliyah not wanting to get on that plane, and then the next thing you know, they carried her on while she was unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. This is Nietzsche. Wait a minute. I don't want to disconnect. Hold on a second. I think we got to add him back in.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, it's calling him back.
Yeah.
They sent police officers.
Okay, everybody there? Okay, there we go.
To my studio.
She didn't want to do it. And then I told her this. She said, I sent her a picture because I showed her that I had all the dates lined up, right? The Yoshi dates, all her dates that were coming up. So she said, "You coming, baby?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You know what? I'm going to come out on the first 3 shows." But honestly, I lied to her because I kept telling her I'm going to come on the first date, but I didn't want to tell her my real reason for not going was I didn't want to get on those motherfucking airplanes, right? So.
Well, they were dropping out the sky.
Right. So I kept postponing it. I postponed it always to Thursday, and I called her and I said, "Sony." She said, "What, baby?" I said, "Man, I got to get a rental car. I'm making excuses." She said, "Boy, you don't need to get a rental car. You ride with us in the van." I'm like, oh. So then I called her back 3 hours later, and I said, "Sony," I said, "Man, this last minute I got to get a hotel." She said, "She said, you coming or not? You better quit playing with me. The van's got a room." I said, "Shit," because I'm trying to get out of it. So I waited until like 9 o'clock that Thursday. And I hit her back and I said, "Sony, something came up. I got a session." I lied. I got a session with a client tomorrow. And I said, "I got a session with a client tomorrow, so I can't do it." But I really lied to her. And I felt bad because my last statement to her was me lying instead of me just telling her, "I don't want to get on the plane." And I really kind of didn't feel like going. It just felt, I can't explain to you what it felt like.
It felt like if you were going to go, you were going to die.
Bingo. And I didn't know why I felt that way. I felt guilty for lying to her, but I didn't go because it just, I didn't want to get on the plane. And then on top of that, it just felt kind of weird, like I shouldn't go. And I couldn't put 2 and 2 together of why I was feeling that way. But when it happened, then it made sense. I said, "Oh, man." Because Dad, I'm the common sense person. Like, I would have watched the whole show. I would have chilled and rested because I don't like people driving. I'm the kind of person that if I'm with you, you on the road,
I'm going to drive.
You resting.
I can drive 24 hours.
You hear what I'm saying?
I'll drive.
Right. I would have been driving because I don't like putting my life in other people's hands. Right.
That's the point.
There won't be nobody who doesn't have energy to drive. Everybody gets there. By the time I pull over, everybody's watching.
You feel? So I would have been the one chilling, just relaxing, resting. Be the driver. I wouldn't have been if I'd have stayed there.
No, you would have been the one they shot in the back of the head so they could get rid of her and stage the accident.
Hey, you want to know something else that I didn't hear? Let me tell you some deep shit. So that morning, you know, everything is fresh the first 8 hours, the first 24 hours, right? Yeah. I got the call from Juanita first contacted me. She was freaking out so much I couldn't talk to her. So then Shayna called me. And Shayna's at the hospital with the detectives, right? So she's spitting game to me. I'm hearing her talk to these detectives. She's saying weird-ass shit to me about her and Lethal. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Angie just said, you want to talk about you and the dude eating you out, your ass out a week before. Like, I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. But she was tripping off of the girl that came to the hospital to get Lethal, right? I wasn't trying to hear that. I don't care about the driver. I don't know him. I'm not trying to hear.
Who was the girl?
Conversation with me, right? Whoever the girl was, I'm not sure, but Shayna was tripping the fact that he brought her to the hospital to pick him up. That I guess she came to pick him up. So then she started talking. She was talking to the detectives. I don't think the detective knew that I was on the phone. I'm gonna be honest with you, because if he did, I think he would have told her to turn her phone off.
Yeah.
So she must have had me on the headset, and he was saying something to her, and she said, "Well, why do I need to?" So I said, "What did he just say?" She said, "He just told me, asked me if I had a gun." And I asked him why. And then he said to her, I said, "Well, why would he ask you if you had a gun?"
Because Angie had been shot, I bet.
3 people had guns in that van.
She was shot.
You feel what I'm saying? So I
you heard,
it's weird. I said, why would
you know that they're still stalling on the autopsy result.
Come on now. You feel me? So
she was dressed and adorned so well, nobody bothered to wonder what was underneath all of those clothes.
Yeah.
And all that jewelry.
Mm.
And for the satanic rituals that they like doing, for her big thing to be on the eve of the blood moon.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, right?
She was a Christian. She was a Christian. There was no way she would have wanted to be celebrated on that evil moment in time.
Yeah, but that's their celebration of what they.
It was a whole ritual.
Bingo. I didn't even think about that shit.
Like I said, the Roots and D'Angelo announced the tour.
That shit is weird. Why would
the day that she died. Wait a minute. Let me show you what else they didn't show that most people don't acknowledge. I'm going to show you what happened at the same time that Angie was being handled up on. It's in my shorts. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, shit.
Who called the police? Ain't that some shit?
Now watch what's about to pop up. Is it playing?
Not yet. I think it's about to.
I don't know why. You know, I'm just going to take it and drop it in the chat.
Okay. Now, what's so funny? So that morning, the Shayna girl tells me too, right? Because I was writing all this shit down. Shit was coming in. I was downloading all of the stuff. So the conversation about who called the police came up. Do you know they waited to call the police?
I know. That's how they always do it.
Yeah.
At the very time, I just dropped the link to the video in the chat. At the very time that they was handling up on Angie, they dispatched 2 officers who we come to find out aren't even officers. Showed up looking for Jacqueline. My name wasn't on that place. My name wasn't on a bill. And my actual mailing address was not there. It was our studio.
Hello?
What? What the fuck?
So how funny is it that they sent someone to come and collect me while they were collecting Angie? And then the Roots that Saturday announced they were going out on tour with D'Angelo.
That's fucking nuts. And then now he wants to take his son on tour with him. I thought that shit was strange.
No. That's payment. Because he ain't never had shit to do with that boy.
And he told me.
Ever.
He told me all the time.
He was embarrassed of him. Because he didn't want anybody to know that Angie was D'Angelo.
Wow.
I don't know why people, and I'm sure that's why they started getting people to come out and start saying things, derailing things, because right before Angie died, I told everyone, that is the mother of Neo Soul. First hit Neo Soul album to ever hit the charts was Brown Sugar. That was all Angie. She was all of that. She produced all of that. She arranged all of that.
Yeah, with that shit.
Yeah, she did.
Why?
That was all her. And she was never able to claim full credit for it because they had to make Michael look special. And she was in love with him.
Right.
Man.
And one of her greatest projects, she's not even acknowledged for. And he's about to go on tour with the fucking dick licking Roots.
Wow.
And I have no doubt he's going to dedicate Lady, yeah. To another shot, even though he couldn't show up at their funeral.
There's some pressure about them doing that collectively.
Yeah, he should be responsible for answering as to why now. Why now, motherfucker? You didn't even show up to the funeral to give yourself a dedication to her last.
He should have performed.
He should have performed that fucking funeral.
But why would he do that when he sold his soul to the devil many years ago?
Yeah.
You know that nigga was running around high all over New York and Virginia, stealing money from the label. Listen to me. Talking about he thought he was Marvin Gaye reincarnated.
Oh, yeah. Off his motherfucking mind.
Yeah.
And he started dating Kenny Gamble's baby mama. That's when I knew he was all the way in, because Deanna Williams is for sure a fucking witch.
Yeah. You be on that. You be on.
He brought that nigga to her father's funeral in front of my Uncle Kenny. You know Kenny Gamble's my uncle.
I didn't know that. Wow. Gamble and Huff. Wow. Yeah, Kenny is.
He's dying, and I think they're poisoning him to death, and they tried to kill his daughter earlier this year.
Yeah, somebody told me somebody's trying to low-key grab up all his publishing, too.
They're trying to steal everything. They're mad about that book that came out, the Harvard Report, which gave verifiable evidence that they put a CIA agent working inside of Philly International.
Jag, let me ask you a question. I've watched you a lot through the years. How do you deal with having all this information and keep it and carry it with you and sustain your spiritual, knowing that you got all this vital information that could sink so many people? How do you deal with handling that? Because I'm going to be honest with you. Just this Angie shit alone, this shit is fucked with my head. And I can't
It should. It should. No, it should. Because what it's really making you think about is how many other people you watched them fucking disappear and you didn't realize that that's what the fuck they was doing.
Bingo. It did. That's what it did.
I guarantee you this situation with Andrea is going to make you rethink every person that you've ever lost in this business.
Yeah, it has. It has. I've been...
Do you know how much it killed me when they killed Malik?
No.
So that they could finally get their lifetime contract on the Jimmy fucking fall on your... Oh my God. They killed Rich. They killed Hub.
Yeah, man. It's fucking crazy, man.
All of them got some kind of weird fucking cancer. I'll never forget it. If it wasn't for me going online bitching about how they cut off his motherfucking health coverage so they wouldn't fucking resuscitate him, his wife had to call. He said, if you don't turn this shit on, I'm going. And I'm telling Jag.
They turned this shit back on.
They finally turned it back on.
Jag, damn, man.
They've been involved in witchcraft for years. That's why I walked away.
You know what? Honestly, I was telling somebody I said, I tell you, I'm glad I'm in my own lane. I don't take no fucking deals. I don't have to do none of that shit. And I think I got lucky. I got fucked over on publishing and shit like that, but I just let it happen. I was like, whatever it takes for me to get out of my little situation, my publishing deal as a writer, take whatever you want to take. I'm done. I don't want to be back in the mix. I'll run shit from my own situation if I got to go through struggles through these.
They shouldn't be able to keep running us all.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. There's something. No.
Let's stop there. Salute the Paperwork Party for coming through. Let's be clear. This shit is a mess. That was the thing that I noticed when I went back and listened. And I also noticed that Stone couldn't stop jingling those keys. Every time he's nervous and he's lying, if he has keys or anything in his hand, he gets to jingling. Hey, jingling, baby. Go ahead, baby. He gets to jingling. And he jingles. And he jingles, and he jingles, and he jingles. It's a tell. That's what they call a tell in poker. I'm a great poker player. I know how to bluff. And I also can tell when I'm being lied to. I knew he was lying. I thought maybe he was caught between a rock and a hard place. I thought maybe maybe he just didn't know who to trust. You know, when I think about what people will do for money, it makes me sick. It makes me so sick when I think about all of the things that I've seen throughout my time here in this business, in this industry. When I think about all of the people in this little pick here that are no longer with us, when I think about all of the people in this pick here, some are about to leave us soon. When I think about all of my years on stage, sharing God's gift, trying my hardest to stay as far away from the Illuminati as I could. See, I went from here to here. When I think of this night, neither one of us really had a smile on our face. It was not a pleasant conversation. It wasn't. When I think about the way he had me marked, I am the road runner. Meet me. See, that's the difference between me and most people in the industry. I wasn't stupid enough to believe that they wouldn't do it to me. The love of money is the root of all evil. Love of money. See, this is why we're praying this day, because right about now, Diddy should be about to be transferred to head on over. I know what it's like. I know wake up. I know trays. I know transport. I know, because see, the man in this picture paid good money to make sure I understood what that experience was like. You know, I guess they figured the more pressure they put, finally I'd get on board. But for God. God spared me. But I'd be lying to say that she wasn't my biggest blessing. See, I cut through all of these fools the way I cut through all of these fools because I know I don't have the luxury of being coy or I know I know I'm not going to be sitting around like Mary J. Blige correcting my speech. I'm not going to be sitting around like Faith telling wild stories from back in the day when it was all crazy. It is triggering me. Because, see, I could have been hurt. Dane really didn't want her to do that video. But she was busy for, she was finally getting her independence. She was finally carving out her own path. She was finally she was ready to fly. Just on that little rinky-dink plane, see. The one thing she didn't want to do was get on that plane. Just like Angie ain't want to take them shows. Just like Janice didn't want to go any further with Clyde. Just like Phyllis Hyman. This may be the long way. Yeah, that's what they did to her. They gotta get her on. And people wonder why I don't mess with these people. People wonder why I don't go places. I don't do things. I don't eat this. I don't do that. This thing on my chin, this pimple that keeps coming up, it's from the last of the poisons that I've been pushing out of my system for the past 5 years. From being poisoned. From eating the wrong thing. Taking the wrong thing and putting it in my mouth from someone I thought I could trust. Gerald Hopkins Johnson Jr. And I'm not saying allegedly. I'm saying both my first and second husbands were working with them against me. Take my life. I've been pushing the reset button on my sacrifice for 18 years. Imagine 18 years of saving your life while you're trying to help other people save it. anybody that doesn't have PTSD from having one of those contracts, if they say they won't have it, they're a liar. They're a liar. They're a liar. They're fucking lying. How have we become so benign and so obtuse in this world when we're literally watching people taking punches in real time and all we see is entertainment?
Why was Mo in no clip that day? I don't know. Why did they blame Yellow Beezy? I don't know. Truth is, Boosie had a lot to gain by watching Mo3 move around. Maybe that's why they shot him over there at the Big T after the wake. A lot of shit goes down at the Big T, but for Boosie to get shot, I guess that's why Mo3 got shot right over there. I guess that's why I couldn't stay in Dallas. I had to get out. To watch Mo3 be assassinated, executed, running for his life down this highway in the middle of the day. Like it was this time of the day. Look how busy this is. And somehow he was forced to stop his car. Someone stopped their car as well, got out the car. He saw them, he must have recognized because he turned and started running down the highway in the middle of the day. And they shot him in the back. Does this make any more sense than the Tupac shit? How the hell was there enough time on a busy highway like this at this time of the day? Who does a shooting in the middle of a highway? She in the middle of the day. And still no answer. It's always too hard to solve a rap murder. Another graveyard.
And people wonder why I carry so much outrage. Why I scream against the lies and I scream against just the craziness. But I promise you, exactly it keeps happening in plain sight. It keeps happening right in front of our faces. Until the people stand up and say no more making paperwork. Until the people say no more, they're just going to keep on doing it. Because, see, this is what y'all got to understand. Especially when it comes to this trial. Why everything is so important. Why it is so crucially important. We get it right this time. How did the Jigga Man say it? By your own metrics. This doesn't work. We need results. The connection between Kathy and Kim. The connection between Kim It can't be. Corey. The people who know all about these things that have happened to these women, and they are all connected to the same two men, and have ran to one another on one time or another, but mostly everyone ran to Kim. Kim knew how to survive it, or at least she did for a while. But she made the same mistake that Angie Stone made. She really didn't take into account that they had turned everything around her. They were all playing in Angie Stone's face, just like they were all playing in important things. Diddy has a criminal enterprise. And it starts before him, because Diddy ain't nothing but an errand boy for the big boy. Works for the big boy. Works for the man. Works for the organization. Y'all see how this works. These people are puppets. So let us show them how little value they have, and let's treat them like puppets. Let's tell the truth. Let's take away all of the devil's toys so that we can finally have a clear shot at the devil. Because all they are body shields. The Kevlar. Protect the devil's agenda. All of this stuff, in my opinion, is demonic. All of this stuff is law. All of this stuff is so absent from God. It is unbelievable. But we have a very important opportunity right now, a chance here in this moment, in this time. I am telling you that there are too many content creators that I believe are being influenced by these elites or by alleged alphabet people to keep bullshit stories going, because if one has to be held accountable, all have to be held accountable. And guess what? All should be held accountable. There should be no more acceptable monsters. It can't just be Diddy. And now that Diddy's done, everything is known. Now that Clyde is still went around. Now that Ra's al Ghul, who's too influential on this platform, is still in control. Not if the little minions who sign up to be crash test dummies on YouTube, telling lies, telling stories, coming and that nobody can see. That no matter how good I am to them, no matter how honest I am with them, no matter how real I am with them, they all betray me and they all turn their back on me and then they all want to attack me and then they jump on the hate train. Want to know why? Because that was their agenda all along. Y'all just heard some of that over hour-long conversation that I had with Mo3. Today I released details that I haven't seen. He said play the whole thing. I'll play it when I'm ready. And this morning, I was ready. This morning, this was a good example of why we are doing this prayer. And we're going to continue to keep doing prayer. We are going to reach the people that we need to reach. But this morning, the most important things that we need to pray about. And salute to my girl, Liz Crokin. Just hit me in. See, billions of people watch YouTube every day. Billions. Billions. How many of those people are in America, of those billions, and how many of those people are on the list for jury duty? We've watched characters like Lamisha Fuller sit here on this app and lie to the point where it took away and it can't change Doe status. We've seen what happened with the autistic victim who was 13 at the time. She fingered 2 friends. She never really changed the story. They just spent a lot of time trying to make her seem like a liar, and people believed it. Want to know why? People don't want to believe that their favorite celebrities are devil worshippers, because if they're worshiping them, if that's their idol, then that means they're Satanists too. This is all about denial. Denials, illusions, and decisions. My first album. The one thing that every human being struggles with: denial, illusion, and decisions. We're all in denial about the fact that all of this stuff is lies, it's all fake, and we keep buying into it. We're all deluded in the fact of believing that we're not a part of the problem, because everything that we've been taught has done nothing but encourage us to keep these things in place and keep going. And decisions. Well, whatever you decide, you're chained to that. Denial, solutions, and decisions. My first album. Truth is, I've been preaching to the world since long before I decided to pick up my road and stand for God. No matter how inconvenient, no matter how hard. But I believe that God has me here at this time, in this moment. Just for this. Say, wake up. There's so many lies on YouTube. Imagine what it looks like in the mind of a juror who's been watching this crap on YouTube for a year, who's been watching ever since the HIS raid. I wonder how many people have their minds been swayed. I see all you need is a little bit of sway, reasonable doubt. Funny, Mr. Carter seems to live by those words. Reasonable doubt. Allegedly, they tricked Mo3 into showing up for his own alive. His own unalive. He's just trying to make his career. Just like my son Shabani. Lest we forget, I have my own casualty list. I have my own casualty. And I blame the industry. I hold the industry responsible. That's my son. And just like my friend Proof, who Marshall Mathers abandoned so that he could be my pet. They blamed his death on him, just like they blamed my son's death on him, on his death. How bizarre is it that it was a 19-year-old boy that took my son's life, who was trying to get a Rock Nation contract? Just like Yellow Beezy. That on me, baby. That on me, baby. Rock Nation. Huge. And you upset up claiming the life of another fellow young black man. You did that. That's what you done. Little Beezy. That's what you done. You got rid of somebody that was 10 times more talented than you. For a song that don't nobody want to hear. I got my own casualty list. And it's gotten quite long. But it's not going to stop if they don't all go. It's not. I have been silently working against the Illuminati and the Willie Lynch agenda my entire life and career. Oh, listen to me. I know Bono knows, because when Diddy came up on him trying to kiss up on him, Bono said, hey, stand back in the name of Jesus. I split you. Bono knows. You know, that's the wild thing. For those of us who do, to my firstborn son. For those of us that do, we have to do it in silence, because nobody wants to believe the truth. We have to sit there and we have to wait for God to come and create that moment. See? But see, when God comes and creates that moment, you got to be brave enough to stand in the gap for it. You can't be afraid. Because you have to believe. And God lined all of this up at this time. It's Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego time. It's Daniel in the lion's den time. It's Noah in the ark time. Or maybe it's just simply time to tell the truth. And I believe that 3 of our members have purchased this book. And I just want to say thank you. Megan acknowledged it, and we're waiting to hear who exactly wants to do. Now, this isn't, of course, it's going to be a new link. But Dr. Megan is ready. She's ready. Now, this, of course, was from last year, but she's going to do another one. And we're offering it special to Jaguar Country First. Now, the date's not right. The link's not right. But she's ready to do it again. She's ready to help anyone who's looking for help. She's ready. She's such an amazing soul. Hey, Janine, Grand Rising. When it comes time to do God's work, you can't have fear. You can't be afraid at all. You have to know that if God is for you, no one is against you. You have to know that God is the true author of all that happens in time. The only thing that Lucifer is the author of is death, chaos, and confusion. And that's exactly what happens a lot here on YouTube. Nothing but death, chaos, and confusion. Whether they're killing a story or taking a life, it's all the same. I'm just tired of pretending. I don't know about y'all, but I am. And it's time for a cruelty-free agenda. It is time for God's truest, greatest gift, the gift of sound, the energy. It is time for that to be protected by all costs. It is time for us to have a cruelty-free agenda. It is time for the truth. It is time for God. It is time for love. I want y'all to think about how many of those jurors are on their way to the courthouse right now to get all signed in. I want you to think about them. Put that in your mind. Think about them. Put that in your soul. Think about them. Have they been watching YouTube? Are they confused? Do they think it's all fake? Do they think it was all staged? What's good? I want you to think about it. If you were someone who wasn't truly in the know, and you were going in there today, you had to sit there and deal with the bad food and getting paid slave wage and missing out on work and missing out on all of these things. I bought my copy of Tell the Truth last Thursday. I watched the replay, and every word Dr. Megan spoke was legit. What I've been sharing with my friend over the past... all right, Mo Gigi. So you one of the three. Salute to you, and thank you for sharing these words. And I hope it encourages more people to get their own copy of Tell the Truth, because we need it. We need it. We need it. We need faith to tell the truth. We need J-Lo to tell the truth. We need Mary J. Blige to tell the truth. We need Missy Elliott to tell the truth. We need, oh my God, we need Amber Rose to tell the truth. We need people to tell the truth. Because the truth won't just set them free. Because that beast truth, set the whole world free. It could stop a whole generation of pain for young people who just want to use their gifts and abilities. Because that's how they got everybody. That's how they got everyone. Everyone just wanted to be special in their own way. Every last one of these women on this screen have been affected, hurt, lied to, gaslit, directly assaulted. Oh, Naomi Campbell, you ain't getting the truth out of that hoe. Not that old witch. You ain't getting the truth out of her. Let me tell you something. She's going to take it to her grave, and she'll take you to the grave if you try. I'm going to be quiet. If Naomi Campbell were willing to tell the truth, Virginia Gus might still be alive. I just want y'all to think about that. I also want you to think about the fact that some of the jurors in the jury pool that might be getting selected for this trial are actually YouTube. You know, Tory Lanez, he had a few YouTubers in the jury. I'm going to tell you something right now. It should become a legal law overnight that if you are a YouTuber, you are not allowed to be picked for jury duty. I know Mike Tyson had a restraining order on Naomi. You know it's got to be bad when a legit warrior got to put a restraining order on a supermodel. That's how backwards, don't it? One of the toughest men in the world, and he needed a restraining order for a model. His looks could kill. I tell you. Seriously. Look at Cassie. Finally coming into her womanhood. Because the truth is that she was a child when she got with Diddy. And with the amount and the level of abuse that was lobbied on her and the pressure that was put on her, there was no way she could have really defended herself in any way, shape, or form from the diddler. No way. She was a kid. Just like I was. She was a kid. She just wanted to be a star. She worked so hard. I understand. I wanted to be a star and I became one, legitimately. And they fought me on it because I wouldn't get down with the bullshit, see? Kathy, man, what I wouldn't give to see or hear the things that happened between Kathy and Kim. Maybe that's why people are so busy trying to cover it all up, because see, if Kathy went to Kim for help to get the Jigga Man and Bebe off her back, and if Diddy intervened on behalf to work the situation out, and then all of a sudden Kathy is dead. Honey, whatever she is, he needed a PRO. Actually a PRO, a permanent restraining order. Kind of like how Beyonce's drummer needed a restraining order against her because allegedly she was doing all that witchcraft. Now all of a sudden you got an AI video out there of her talking about blaming me and I lied on her. Not true. That was AI. Just like they AI'd MIA right before she sat down with Candace Owens. And Candace, I pray that you're having a good maternity leave. I pray that you're not looking at my content. And I hope everyone in your life is keeping everything that I gotta say real about you. You know, Mom. I don't want nobody blaming you having no miscarriage or being forced into early delivery because of old Jack. Oh, Naomi, honey, what she is, they ain't got a word for. The devil might, daughter, but other than that, I'm telling y'all right now, today's an extremely important day because of that jury. Because of that jury. But see, this is what YouTube does. It confuses people to the point where they don't know the truth from a lie. And they're supposed to go and get in that jury box. Let's look at the cast. The cast is on this. Well, the thing, Lady Classic, is that makes perfect sense if she's an industry plant, which I do believe she is. I believe she is good, but she gives good controlled opposition. I mean, she gets real good controlled opposition. And man, I am telling you, it's getting scarier and scarier when I look at how duplicitous and dangerous Candace Owens is. Meanwhile, you have people suppressing wonderful people like Megan McGlovin, who will commentate well around Candace. Maybe that's why Candace is so frightened by her. Maybe that's it. This Terry Washington guy, I don't know where he sounds. He's goof ass at, but they need to take him and sit him down because he's the kind of people that they look for on Diddy jury. See that jury? That jury. It's so key and so important right now. I'm not sure who this is in the back studio. Somebody done hit the link, and then somebody done disappeared. I don't know why. I haven't posted the link in the chat. I've only sent it to people. But I could understand why people would be a little apprehensive about coming up here today. Oh, she had the baby yesterday. Okay, good. I'm coming for you, ho. I'm coming for your ass. You hear me, Candace? You done pushed that little crumb snatcher out? Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mo3, for letting me know that, because I didn't want nobody blaming me. That was me in 2023. Look at Megan. You see how they set it up? Me and Megan at the top, and then the two opposers at the bottom. But I'm going to tell you something, that April Rain, I don't really see her that often. But that April Rain, she's something else. She got good deep. I just wish she was smart enough to walk them all the way out. But I guess, she's smart. She ain't trying to start no trouble for her new career or whatever. But this is what YouTube has done. Turn facts into folly. And I want you to think about all those people. How many of those people remember the Lamisha Fuller story? How many of those people bought Diddy weed? How many of those people believed Courtney Burgess when he told them that he had a Diddy videotape with me on it essaying my own child, and nobody asked them to produce anything? These people have been doing damage for months, in order to protect Diddy so that they can protect everyone else who deserves to go down with him. This is my 30th birthday party. I was really striking out on my own. Cat took me under his wing. The woman to the far left My cousin Simon passed away in 2012. Monica, if you're watching, I love you. But there was Cat Williams and Jaguar Wright. 2 cats in there. I was 30. It's my 30th birthday. So imagine how proud I was. Cat started running down. 2024. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Let's go. And we need 100 more to do the same thing every day. YouTube has warped and twisted the narrative to their own tactics. How many people watching you are going to be assigned to that jury? We need to pray every day. I'm tired. I had a long day yesterday. And getting to this moment with y'all, this destination, it's worth it. Because it reminded me every step of the way, the devil, committee, stopping the truth. We have to be equally as committed, making sure we break through the firewall of lies. See, the liars know that they're lying, and the truth tellers know that they're telling the truth. Everybody knows the truth. So what's the point in the show? For you, for the audience, for the people watching. Sway your mind. To sway your heart, what should I say? To dissuade your mind and your heart. That's what it's all for. To make you confused about the truth. So when it's your turn to go and sit in that jury, you can give them the reasonable doubt they're looking for. See, saving Diddy saves Jay-Z. It saves Leo Cohen. It saves Clive Davis. It saves this. It saves that. It backs people up from looking at UMG as the kind of machine that gobbles up human beings and spits them out. If you hear the Angie Stone story, if you hear the Aaliyah story, if you hear the Mo3 story, if you hear the story of Biggie, Tupac, I don't know. It just seems like to me that these would be the kind of things that would scare the living crap out of anybody and make them not want to sign these contracts. That's why they need it all to be lies. That's why they need the truth to be perverted. That's why they need to toss it all away. That's why they need it. See, they thought the gouge was going to end with Robert Kelly. They never expected for it to be Diddy, but God told me different. God said, you lean on Diddy, and I promise you, when he falls, he's going to fall on everyone we need gone. Lean on Diddy. That's why everybody thought it was strange. Everybody thought it would have been me to go after Jay-Z first. No, see, I know how well insulated he is, and I know how good his eyes work. I had to go after the sloppy one, who I did have all the information about, and I did. Everyone told me that me speaking up was going to do nothing but ruin my life, and nothing was ever going to happen. And there's no way Diddy's going down. There's no way. And guess what? One down, Shakes. One down. See, the stand of one person can be enough to propel a nation into doing the right thing, all depending on the integrity of that stand. Here I am. And I'm not just standing for Diddy to go down. Sean Corey Carter is next. One next. You are not safe. You and your wife, I'm going to make sure you are put in proper consideration. And guess what? I can't even take credit for it. It's not even me doing it. It's God. I'm just obedient. This is what God has for you. Y'all are not going to get away. The public, they're starting to see now. They're starting to understand. I did too good in my homework, huh? Today is the beginning of the end of the reign of tyranny that has been destroying lives and families and careers for decades. Today is the beginning of the end. I promise you that. Before it is all said and done, we will have a cruelty-free agenda. It will happen. I know, but they've been doing it for years, Lindsay Lou. The 3 easiest ways to discredit a woman. Call her crazy. Call her a bad mother. Or call her a whore. Or call her a liar. But usually all 3 of those things, the lying, that's the lie that comes along with it. See, because women are supposed to be considered weak. I know. Oh, hold on, Grace. Hey, dear, how are you? Welcome back.
Hi. Oh, hi, everybody. I hope everybody still has their vibrations lovely and things.
Grace?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are my headphones connected?
I'm not sure. I can hear you just fine, and I did hear like a beep just now.
My headphones been connected this whole time. I didn't even realize. Ain't that nothing?
You must have been going off and hurting people's feelings while I was gone.
It don't matter. Welcome back, dear.
You been hurting people's feelings while I was gone, or you been giving them blessings?
I have no idea. I have no idea what I've been doing. All I've been doing is telling the truth.
Well, good. That's what you're supposed to
telling the truth. But
you want to know what's funny? Guess what was on the news as I was catching back in with you?
What?
Jury selection.
It's about to begin,
yeah. Like when they start announcing that over here, they going for it. So wow. Right before I touched back in, that's what I was looking at on that TV screen. It just popped up. I was like, sure enough.
Well then, Grace, are you ready to give your special reading for this morning?
You already know. The cards are already aligned, and I'm always in the spirit. Don't mind me. We know. Everybody buckle up, put your seatbelt on, and let's hop into the car. TD, let's go. You driving us.
Yours, dear. Take it away.
Oh, man. Spirit, we come to you now. I have me, TD, and the children with us. We are present. We are aligned, and we come to you as one. Please grant us the clarity, the understanding to do your will protect us from harm and protect us from all chaos. First card for everybody. Cosmic power. Yes. Please protect us from all harm and all chaos and dysfunction and confusion that aims to cloud our judgment to God, to cloud our sight. And as we walk and seek the truth, allow us to feel your everlasting presence. Spirit, we thank you for this moment in time. We are one. Tuko pamoja. Radical rebirth. Children, the energy here is very high. I see that all of our power is charged up and we're ready to go, and there are changes that are coming for everyone. This Monday is a powerful one. Let me tell y'all something. Today you are capable of manifesting all great things, all unimaginable things. The impossible that you thought you could never reach, you can. Embrace it and feel that today. Soul forgiveness. Some of us are going to have to tap into that shadow and face who we are or who we once were. Spirit, what should we anticipate today? There's a lot of darkness at work, and we need clarity, we need understanding, we need to know how are things going to play out. Storm clouds and thunder. Woo! Medusa.
I have a question for Spirit.
Absolutely.
Are there YouTubers in the jury pool?
That question is shrouded. We need a key to find that answer.
Has YouTube tried to find a way to make
sunlight
YouTube channel holders rather than content creators?
Sunlight.
They're trying to get
There's a
YouTubers
harvest
in the
coming.
jury.
There's a harvest coming. Whose harvest is it, Spirit?
Just like they tried to get YouTubers in the jury for the Tory Lanez trial. And 2 of the alternate jurors were YouTubers.
Queen Mother Nanny. Whose liberation is coming, Spirit?
Everyone.
Yasiji.
Liberation for the people.
We've been saying this for quite some time, and now we gotta up the ante. Like, it's a devastating time.
It's a
devastating time for all of the bad people. Miracles are in motion.
Are Jay-Z and Beyonce about to really go on the run? And is the evidence of Kim Porter and Kathy White's relationship going to be exposed soon?
Truth. You know the truth. She can never be hidden. And I don't feel sorry for nobody.
About to come forward, isn't she? All of the women that are gone are about to come forward swinging, ain't they?
Mama Kumbe. The shadows are about to sting.
Oh.
I don't feel sorry for nobody. I don't feel sorry for nobody.
It's not going to work this time. God is in control.
Grief.
There are going to be
So
two
much
emotions
grief.
that come this week, and they are going to be devastating, and people are going to start leaving the country. More people. Spirit, am I lying?
Aunt Nancy.
There are two motions that are going to hit this week. It is going to be devastating. Devastating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, our sound levels.
You said our sound isn't good?
I think it's my headphones. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Let me just connect.
Grace, you there? Can you hear me? Grace, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good.
Okay.
There's gonna be a ooh, I feel it.
You do too?
Mm-hmm.
Like the wind changed too. It got colder.
It's scared over there.
I don't feel sorry for nobody.
They're scared because they were working on something and it's gonna get pulled. Somebody's car's gonna get pulled. Diddy's team's gonna get sanctioned this week. They're gonna get busted trying to play with this jury, ain't they?
Season change.
It ain't gonna work this time like it did with the A$AP Rocky trial, allegedly, is it? We got them 333 in the room. Angel numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull up Gematria.
Yamaya.
333 and 543.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Hold on. I'm sure. Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Should we tell her what's going on in the backdrop? This is insane.
Like, it is, and I'm tired of it. Like, yeah, tell them that way we can keep doing what we're doing right now, because clearly somebody is upset.
Understand this. All of our phone numbers are getting hit up right now. They're calling us like crazy. They're trying to stop the live. We done tapped gold. When the troll bar wakes up first thing in the morning before Frosted Flakes and Diddy Milk, I promise you, we got the
We got the screenshots too.
Kundalini energy.
It's up there.
Oh.
Oh, children, they don't want to see y'all do great things. They don't want y'all to believe in the goodness and the wonders. And, you know, they trying to get a whole lot of people over there with them because they know they're going to have a terrible time. And you know they don't want to be at that party alone. Don't take the invitation, baby. The fire marshal coming for them. Oops, not Jumbi. That's what they get for interrupting. It's wild. OT, do you want to know something?
What?
They interfering with what I'm seeing. I told them that I will start seeing them if they would stop bothering. I see that young man sitting in front of his computer screen. I see that young lady on her phone. And I also see a lady standing in the courtroom. Ooh, not Queen of Sheba. Yeah, Queen of Sheba is for that lady standing in the courtroom. It's her that they're gonna have to watch for. And I'm not talking about she works for him. Whoever that woman in the courtroom is, she works for him. Now, is where she's standing, I can't really tell. I don't know if that's gonna be a juror or not. But there's a woman who they're banking on that's gonna save everything.
They think she's gonna save everything.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna fail.
Absolutely. Like I said, I'm not sorry. I don't feel bad for nobody. If you was doing right, you wouldn't be here. So. Oh no. And guess what the numbers on that one is?
What?
9-9 back to back.
9-9?
Mm-hmm. 9-9.
Hold on.
99 problems.
Oh, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Ooh! Why the first word that come up on 99 is Noah?
Is what?
Noah.
Now that is funny.
Rebecca?
Not Noah.
Wait a minute. Rebecca? Barbie? Dunn? Greg? Nadine? Ocean? Ash? Shah? Has? C? Cardi B? It's time for her humiliation ritual. Case? Alliance? Donda?
For real?
For real? Wow. Maybe you're right. Of all the things that pop up under 99, Donda.
Of all the things. Not Donda. Uh-oh. Didn't we say just a moment ago that other side was going to get to singing? We just said the other side was going to start singing.
Maybe. Archangel. I'm fine. Mechanic. Imp. Aces. Saga. Kimani. Rice. Neo. With an I. Bad bread. Indian with an E. Erie, iron, Nico. Nelly Odell? Are you kidding me? This is. I'm not making this up.
I know you're not. That's why I'm just listening. It's funny. I love it, and I'm just listening. Girl, you know we do this all the time. We studying. Like motherfuckers who actually practice, you know, they craft and shit. Yeah, we showing y'all. Do all the research, all the work. I'm lying and telling people that you do what you do.
Yeah. This is
interesting.
This is a little creepy.
You said it's what?
A little creepy.
Yeah, but that's okay.
But in a you about to get in horrible kind of way.
I mean, like I said, it was Jubi and then Queen of Sheba. Like, For those who may not know, that's shadows and secrets being revealed. Like, no, did we not say earlier that some of us are about to be in them shadows? We said it before 99 came up here. But you know.
There's a lot of different okay, let me run 38 because in simple gematria, Donda is 38. Oh yeah. We got to get with the other member of our team. I need him to verify what I'm seeing.
An interesting one.
I'm seeing the answer to checkmate.
Oh. Well,
wow.
Listen. You already know how I feel. Once Jubi and Sheba came up, it was over for me. So if you see answers in the numbers, perfect alignment. And look at old Shoon blessing the game right quick. Yeah.
That's why they've been working so hard to try to convince everybody. That's why they've been pulling the studs. They've had an inside man for quite some time.
7.
The question is that inside man area Mitchell Paddington Bay? Because I got a feeling she about to pop out and show something.
I said there was a woman in the courtroom. You already know once we're in this space and with all the children.
Ariel has been very quiet. With the trial and all of this, she should be present. Where is Ariel?
Aunt Nancy. That last one you just said, Aunt Nancy.
Oh yeah. Whoever they hired for today.
Early down tour.
Whoever they just came up. Are you kidding me?
You want to know the number for Erzuli again?
Yeah.
9.
9 at 555.
999, yeah. Yep. 999.
I know.
That's what's meant for that trial.
The Gematria.
Hey man, they the ones that think that you be bullshitting. You got the cards right here, and you finding out the numbers over there.
The Gematria.
They can do with that information what they will.
Did you hear what I'm saying? The Gematria.
Oh no! Once I heard Donda, it was a rap.
No, listen to me. The number 999 is the Gematria for the phrase.
Oh no, you coming in and out. The 999 is Gematria what?
The number 999 is Gematria. It is the Gematria for the phrase "my wrath." Found in Hebrews 3:11. The Gematria for Yeshua is 888. And my wrath is 999.
I am the wrath of God. For had you not committed great sin, God would not have sent a wrath like me upon you.
The Gematria for Sodom is also 999. God destroyed Sodom with fire. I'm done.
Girl, so am I.
9 at 555.
Yeah, and that's it. Yeah. That's funny. And then the numeric of the 2 cards on the side, they equal 9.
That's like
a lot of 9 going on.
Surviving stage 4 cancer, and as soon as you check out of the hospital, you get ran over by a truck.
Yeah,
like that's the nation shit.
Yeah, you know.
Can you imagine? Like, for instance, for instance, years ago, you were a child, because I was young. So I know you were a child. There was a plane wreck in the Everglades in Florida. It was Value Jet, I think they used to call it.
No, I don't remember that. I remember the oil spill, but I don't remember that.
It was pretty much like JetBlue, basically spirit before spirit. So
they had a spirit before spirit? Okay, Lord. All right.
Whatever air, spirit. This was the
we all know about spirit. We all was in COVID on quarantine at the house, watching everybody fight at the yellow airplane airport. Yes.
This was before that. This was like the soul plane before spirit. Yeah.
Oh no, there was one before. Girl, no, I ain't know. Oh no. What happened over there?
333 in the building. They always have a prototype. All these numbers. This is why.
This is wild.
Wait a second. Anyway, they have been having issues with their plane. And one of them went down.
Oh, Lord. With people in it?
Yeah,
or like on a practice run? Oh.
No, it was white.
Oh Lord, girl, and people done lost their days out there. Oh no. Mm-mm.
Was it JetBlue? I don't know. I think it's JetBlue Value Jet something. Anything. Unfortunately,
Oh.
over the Everglades. Which, by the way, anybody who knows anything about Florida, losing stuff in the glades usually means it stay lost.
Mm.
Unless you just enjoy the gator food for the excitement. Now, the plane.
So the Everglades is out there. It's swamp water.
Yeah, Nutri-Rat breed around there too, don't it?
Oh Lord, oh, it's a rat down there. Oh no, girl, and they lost people out there. Oh, it's it. I'm shocked they got their plane back.
Hold on. Yeah, the plane went down. Smack into the glue.
Oh no.
Michael, we love you. We will. And everybody remember to get over the mic.
Stay safe, Michael.
We love you, dear. If you can just listen in for the prayer, it's coming soon.
Yes.
Like
yes,
I told you, slow walking this.
That's all right. They got all kinds of stuff going on. Listen, we doing this with a purpose now.
Today, all I ask for is two things more than anything. Like the video and share it. Now, hold on. We'll go down in the glades. You hear them birds, listen birds. Yeah. Grace, understand this. They survived.
Oh no.
They survived.
Girl, the people survived?
They survived.
In swamp territory? Oh Lord, so they've survived the plane crash? Oh no. No.
Guess what?
It went down in that swamp water.
I don't think there were any survivors though. They survived the crash.
And then it went down in that water. Oh no. Oh and no.
It split. Imagine giving God all of the glory or thanking whatever you serve. Whatever you serve. For surviving a plane crash. And then see the eyes of the gator.
Oh no. Oh no. Like, I don't mean this to be funny. Like, I'm so serious because this is like, can you imagine how many people went to hell angry?
Well, I mean,
I hope it wasn't all of them, but think about it. Like, you survived the plane crash, then you get out of this moist, dilapidated, you done fell from the sky.
And survive.
And survive. You all right. All you gotta do is just make a phone call them people and be like, hey man, we crashed and we all right. We all out here. Send the fire department and everything. And then when you get out of the plane that was supposed to be in the air, it's now in water.
You know what I'm saying? The plane split clean open.
No, ma'am.
Butt plug.
No, ma'am. Oh, girl, no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And they sitting there. Adrenaline's gotta be all over the place.
Yeah, they fell from the sky. What are you talking about?
This is like This is like intravenous PTSD.
Girl, like
wait, and they're just starting to calm down. You hear it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like, oh. Because that's how they do when they get started. They do the bump, bump. And then, because I have, I got people that wrestle gators. Like, I know how gators are.
Yeah, no, I know from a distance. Like, You know the
thing that like gator.
Well, you were coming in now. Say it again.
I said, you got a cute little thing that likes being Gator Bay.
Girl, listen, we be checking that canal for him all the time, and he be here. That's why I don't like coming outside at night, girl. He might be sitting in the grass.
If he never
You
comes
can't see him
back,
when it get dark.
if he never comes back, you'll know where he ended up.
Girl, probably stretched out on the highway, girl.
No, in that belly.
Oh, you talking about Lil Bunny? Oh,
Yeah.
girl, listen. I already said it. I apologize in advance. If Little Bunny gets caught up, I'm sorry, cause I'm not going toe to toe with the gator. Like Lil Bunny just got, and I'm sorry. That's it. Yes, the alligator had all that Wonder Bread. A shame, really.
Gators have eaten worse. Now, understand this. 888-999 is like Wrath of God kind of stuff. Like, no, actually, it's not like it. That's what it says. I'm reading right now. They must be calling Grace's phone again. They really mad at us today. The gematria for Yeshua is 888 and my wrath. God destroyed Sodom with fire from heaven. Hebrews 3:11.
Now I don't appreciate that. Girl didn't just kick me out and stuff. Okay, I'm back. My bad.
Hebrews 3:11 is the verse for the day, ladies. You know what? Let's pull that up. Hebrews.
Girl, not that this is early. Dontor coming up to put the nail in it. Like, she's shutting it down. It's over. My bad. I'm still looking at these cards over here. I'm just like,
Hebrews 3:11 states, so I swore in my wrath, they shall not enter my rest. This verse is a quote from the Psalms referring to God's judgment against the Jews for their unbelief and disobedience in the wilderness, leading them to be denied entry into the promised land. The verse also warns against a sinful, unbelieving heart that turns away from God. On that note, let me say this. Everything that Grace just did, the numbers we just researched and calculated, led us to this Bible scripture, Hebrews 3:11. And we pulled that at 555 during this call to prayer. The firstborn of all creation. 555. It's God's day. It's God's day.
Ain't it?
Let's know today. Are you ready, Grace?
Do as you choose. Be who you are. Come as God made you, whether you have your eyes closed, whether you're just listening, whether you're listening or doing something else, whatever it is. Even if your full attention can't be given, your presence is here. We thank you. On this very important day, I think a lot of people are at the point of why it's so important to all of us, and all of you. When the world gets to the point where it loses complete touch with God, God has left no choice. See, the thing is we call them miracles, but what they really are hard realities that we don't want to face.
Mm-hmm.
That's what miracles are the evidence of. Things that we refuse to believe but have no choice to. Why is it so hard for us to just choose? Why do we have to be convinced? Why does the word receipt mean more than something I need to prove my income for my taxes? Why do we need to constantly be convinced? I've said it, and I've shared my testimony. All of the many injustices and crimes that I've witnessed happen in real time in front of your face and mine. I've been connecting dots for 5 years. I've been going through and living through the persecution of it all. I tried to walk away. God said, go back. Because every time I refused to speak up, I had a problem talking, singing. See, for years, I had convinced myself that I could walk the line. For years, I convinced myself that, I went with the devil for a little while and then I'll make it all right with God later. No. And now here we are. And for me, it feels like the universal playoffs. Like this is kickoff. And I got a feeling at the end of this contest, it's going to be good. All good. Really. If God didn't put it on me as a true charge, the calling would not have stuck. But it did. Because at the end of the day, regardless of everything, the only thing that really matters is that God's will is done. And if it is my job to stay on their asses until they either go to get low or to get low. Real low. And that's just what I apologize for nothing. Everything that God has asked me to do. I'm telling you right now, it is time. It is time for all of humanity to see what God's wrath looks like. I mean, they've been lying for so long. And it's not just them. It's the people that help them become them and the people that help them become them. This is systematic abuse.
Mm-hmm.
They're very upset about our conversations regarding the Willie Lynch letters, making of a slave. Because when you look at what it is and what it teaches, it really pulls the draws down on society and leaves everybody to their ass to see what we have willfully and willingly been keeping going for generation after generation after generation. And to no avail, we still get shocked when our children don't come home. Or we have no home to come home to. or home becomes the penitentiary. Like we have bought into, and that's why I love when Sophia always says, you know, call me Sophia, my name isn't Miss. And Miss is a debutante looking for a husband and to have children. She said, I've been all of that. I've done all of that. Ain't no Miss here. My name is Sophia. And for some, it may sound abrasive. For others, it may sound really cool. But for me, it's just a reminder. I bought into that lie. I encouraged that lie. The only thing a title does is separate people by station. Why can't you just be you? Why can't I just be me? So true. So real. And we miss these little realities every second of every day. And every more we miss of these little realities, real reality, it becomes foggy. Who told us that going to a building and giving strangers all of our money and listening to them misquote scripture is a good thing? He told us to trust that uncle that touched everybody. He told us that it's okay to lie as long as you make a lot of money doing it. He told us that it's okay to children, the minor children, over to strangers, and you really didn't bother to do a full background check on whether or not they were a perv or not. Those little realities. I can't go home and visit for the holidays because I don't have enough money to buy gifts for everyone. And if I go there empty-handed, all they're going to ask me is why I ain't got no gifts and why my job ain't this and that. And it's just going to be really stressed out. And so I'm just not going to go. A lot of people have those conversations during the holidays. Why? Oh, that's why. Because they didn't have no gifts. And how did the gifts help? Other than to just make a bunch of money for corporations at the end of the year to make sure that they go into the new fiscal year not in debt. Now this person is having a whole psychological trauma and breakdown. It was something that didn't matter because the biggest gift was being there together and honoring the real reason. The birth of Christ. And it wasn't even his birthday. Like, it's just lie after lie after lie. And we ingest all of this and we teach it to our kids and we teach it to their kids. And then the next thing you know, Angie Stone is gone. People can see it clearly for what it is, and yet nobody knows.
They still over here eating their cheese crackers.
Aaliyah was a beautiful young woman.
Man.
And they let us believe that the reason why she died was because she didn't want to be separated from all of her belongings. When in all actuality and reality, to find out many years later, that she wasn't even conscious. Uh-oh, I think we got shut down, Grace.
What?
They shut us down.
They stopped the live again?
Yeah, there's no eyes in here. And the comments
Girl, wow.
Grace?
Girl, wow. Can you hear me? I'm still here.
Grace?
I'm still here. Girl, I can't hear you. I'm still here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Really pissed him off. Hold on. Oh man, y'all can still hear us? That's funny.
Can you hear me, Diddy?
Yeah, I can hear you. It says that there's nobody here. It took all of it says there's nobody here, but they say they can hear. Do you see that?
Girl,
What's
no.
going on? They're really mad.
Mm-mm.
You can hear us both. The chat been slow. Now I think you just frozen on my YouTube. My cell phone is working. See? They mad. They big mad. Well, you know what, Grace? Let's just finish it out here. I'm gonna leave her up on the screen since it's pissing so many people off.
And I'm one of them. I'm gonna proudly say that I'm one of them. So TV, by all means, don't mind my silence. You already know. Like,
I know, man. They will not believe the truth. I will send them strong delusion and allow them to believe in love. Oh, there's it's saying 0 here in the studio. It's saying there's nobody here. Are they trying to trick me into shutting down before I get my prayer off? Y'all ain't wild, G. They wild. They really be mad at me. What I do? I just told the truth. What they mad at me for? What I do?
Okay, your volume had went out and then it came back.
Yeah. Yo. What I do?
Oh, this picture on his screen, girl.
I'm gonna leave it there. I wanna let it burn like an Usher thing. You know, I always thought him doing that song was in bad taste. That Let It Burn. When he got the Diddy,
Look, girl,
Diddy,
like, you want to know what's funny? The only time I respected that song was when Tom Dubois was doing it on the Boondocks. That's the only time I found that song entertaining. To find out what's going on after the scene is so disturbing. I'm so glad that I was not an Usher fan like that.
I'm just saying, like, I just don't get it. Like, why let it burn after the Diddy? After the Diddy
like, done in poor taste. Like, what's the phrase that you use when it's worse?
Look, I'm telling y'all, I got 0 in the studio. I got it. They sitting there, they playing stereo. Why they playing tricks on me? What are they trying to shut us down?
What's going on? Like, girl, I'm seeing the people saying that they can hear us.
Nobody's only down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving.
Girl, this is why I have coffee doing this. It's much too early for their shenanigans.
Oh no, I got to keep. Y'all remember that one? See, this is why I need to eat and take a nap.
Oh Lord. All right, Mel Tucker. Baby Mel Tucker said, may whoever is being messy with the chat have infestations, issues in their underwear. Oh yes. Now that's how you preach in the morning. I'm sorry, I just saw it.
Oh,
now that's what I'm talking about, Mel. Yes. Yes. That's how you send them wickeds on their way. Infestations. Yes, that's the word of the week, children.
Let's get to this part. Dear Father God, we want to take a second and we acknowledge God alone, true God, the only one.
Yes.
We want to thank you for all of your guidance. We want to thank you for all of your wisdom, but more importantly,
Yes.
we want to thank you for this space in this community, this virtual place. Yes. You know, I wish nothing but your will for all things. See, for me to even sit here in this moment and make it about anything less than your will would do a disservice to everything that I've done. (888-999) Hebrews 3:11. It's like a beacon shot out into space. Vengeance is yours, God. We stand back.
Yes.
We pray for the hearts of every juror.
Yes.
We pray that God consciousness lives inside of them. Because the very choice that they're being charged to make will come back and change their life in the future if they don't make the right choice. When we talk about the likes of Sean Combs, we are talking about someone who has been addicted to, perpetrated, taught, and marketed inhumanity.
Yes.
And depravity and a total lack of you.
Abominations, Lord.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I hate to say hold on to God, but I think there's a preacher at the back door. Hello? Hello? Hello?
I'm here. I can't see. Did someone come in?
Yes, Salt Ministry from Washington, D.C. Are you here? Hello? I don't know what that was. I don't know.
What's going on? Did someone just come into the room?
Hold on. Hello? I hear a baby.
I hear a baby. I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping because I can't see what's going on.
Well, considering this is a Watch Your Back Ministries, you've been banned from the studio. You should have watched your back. See how, yeah. That part.
I'm glad that the children get to see how curious Wonderland is because
yeah, but see the thing is that link ain't posted and it was only sent to only but a couple of people. I know exactly who that was. You goofy.
Oh wow.
Anyway.
Oh wow, really? Girl.
Anyway. Yeah, goofballs. Spaceballs. Ginormous spaceballs.
More like little ass cheese balls. This is why spirit is not pleasing. This is why it's about to get hot this summer. Like, come on. LA Chic said the infiltration of it all. Like, listen, this is why it's about to be a hot summer. Pretend like y'all ain't hear me say that. Wait till summer come around. Like, really?
This is why we gotta stay vigilant. Because
it is also why everybody needs to start whooping ass at the church house. Because, girl, are they doing this to their pastor? Are they doing this to the bishop down the street? Y'all just get up and just interrupt pastor while he doing his thing? Boy, y'all so rude. Like,
Father's house, they had to stand there and worship. They had to worship the bishop. You know, he walked down in his tight pants.
Yeah. His business all on Front Street while you trying to peddle the word. It's a shame. Have all his personal business on Front Street while you trying to peddle the word of God. Listen, this is why when I get to the church house, girl, I'm gonna have my hat. I'm gonna protect my crown, girl.
You can tell he was really banking on God to save Diddy. That's the
yeah. To the point that you got the baby up here, like we just doing a whole lot. Like even in church, they just take your baby to the back room, the cry room. Like, girl, it's all right. Girl, it's the dishonor for me, girl. They think it's a game. That's all right. Wait till this summer, girl's gonna be smoking.
Yeah, and guess what? I'm happy. Now back to what we were saying. Back to our previously scheduled prayer.
Girl.
Even in the midst of all this chaos, God, we have to take the time to just come up with a laugh with you.
Yes.
Whatever it is that you're doing can't be stopped. Electricity, on, not on, off, not off, seen, unseen.
No calls, full calls,
numbers unknown, unheard, and
up downs, low downs, clown sounds, all kinds of stuff going on.
Mail or from restraining orders to mail order brides.
Preach!
Lord.
We rebuke all shenanigans in your name, Spirit. Yes.
YouTube, spies, all of it.
Musty flies.
All of this distraction, all of this diversion, only for you to just come and do what you're going to do anyway.
Yes.
See, that's the thing that I find hard to accept. That people don't believe you're the God that makes it rain until nothing moves anymore. 888-999. Yeshua's wrath, the wrath of Sodom. See, a lot of people don't seem to understand. Sodom and Gomorrah weren't destroyed because of their sexuality. They were destroyed because of their lack of humanity. The simple fact that Sodomites are allowed to consider themselves gay, and gay people aren't saying they not like us. It is a problem. Because to welcome that kind of filth in your community only tarnishes your community. I guess we're just used to tarnished community. God, I promise I will share. That's what I do, and that's what I'll continue to do. I thank you for sending people like Grace and Ayasha along the way. I thank you for our work in collaborations with Set in the West. I thank you for this community. I thank you for every person that you pray for.
Yes.
Thank you for all the information that you're sharing. Thank you for the blessing of Mo3. Happy birthday, I mean. Thank you so much, Megan McGlone, Dot. Thank you for the Super Learning 3000 opportunity. Thank you. Thank you for the Tell the Truth opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you for all of the other books that we're going to look into. We're getting so many great. This community is really becoming a community where people can come and get what they need to deal with the fake life we've been forced to live, with the fake facts, fake details. Thank you for reality. Thank you that it exists somewhere. We know it doesn't exist too many other places. We thank you for Natanya Rubin, God. We thank you for the dopest kid. We thank you for her discernment with her dopest mod. Otherwise, people might have been tricked and pulled into believing that someone that was for her was against her when the perpetrator actually was stopped. Back it all up. All of the people sitting around playing pity pat with tarot cards as if it's some kind of hobby. And they want to get tipped for it. Lord, I pray that you grant them the tip of the shoe that you possess when you step down here on this earth and you put it wherever you like. Stop spiritualism is played with in this realm. Play church and play pity pat and play this and play that and confuse people and read cards wrong and give out wrong readings and make people see the demonry that is in you rather than seeing the God that he put in the cards for us. I am so tired of all the lies.
We're so tired. We're tired of the deceit. We're tired of the manipulation.
Few places we can find it. There's so few. People are so busy enjoying lies because they're entertaining until somebody dies for them. Until one of yours dies for them.
No more. No more.
Our goal is to make no more victims for YouTube. But the easiest way to do that would be if YouTube stopped letting people make victims on YouTube. Confusing people to the point where they can't even believe what God is telling them in their heart because they've been brainwashed with all of your lies.
Yes.
And your sodomite preachers. And your treacherous betrayer to women who were born female. And all of the weirdos who pretend to be female.
All the hypocrites and Jezebels.
People making fun of the plight of a woman. And yet, no one has questioned Diddy about his masculinity yet. This man is a sodomite. He's a shepherd for the devil, and he's been that for decades. And so has his friend, Mr. Carter.
And they've been worshipped like gods for it.
They've actually had the audacity to tell people that they were God and demand that they call than that. And people did.
Forgive them, for they know not what they do.
God, we thank you for the few spaces that we have where reality exists. We thank you for that. Because there's so many people that are just gobbling up all the lies and falling into all the lies. But I promise you, when they take that red pill, red pill, there is no going back.
And God, please grant us all the courage to not want to go back.
And let's be
clear, the strength to move forward.
What the red pill truly stands for. It is the blood of Yeshua. Let's not misinterpret prophecy for entertainment. Computer red. Kill them all until they're dead. Put another you know what in their head. Call it entertainment instead. Lord, I know when you brought those words to my mind, it was to give it to the people so I understand why they wouldn't want it to come out, why they wouldn't let, and yet it's here. It's here for people to listen to. When they come here through these shows, they can hear these words. They can enjoy what they're listening to. There is value for them, even more so than for me. Thank you for allowing that. We ain't got too many spaces where we can do that these days. God, I want to thank you for giving me free will to choose you, and then being smart enough to leave me no choice but to come back to you. That's why you're God. All I pray is that the jury is spiritually sequestered. I pray that the judge finds your voice present, reading every document and every brief. I pray that whatever bad actors are in that courthouse, I pray they be embarrassed beyond belief upon exposure. I pray that Sean Combs not be alone as a defendant. I pray that he does not have to suffer the state that Robert Kelly did. I want him to have company, and there are many people that should be there. And we know in your time, it will all be so. So we just wanted to gather here today to take this time to say the battle is not ours, it is yours, and we already know if it's yours, it's already won.
Yes.
But we do thank you for allowing us to take this moment together to just reflect on why this moment is so important. To reflect on all of the ones that was lost along the way. To reflect on every person that's ever been hurt. And an extra double helping of love and joy and your peace and your abundance on the Tanya Rubin many times over. And not once did she ever put on you. God, I want to thank you for all of the people that you chose to do this work, because we are all truly unique and different. in so many different ways,
Yes.
but in working together. Such a beautiful concert of the strength that you are. People like to think God is some kind of weak entity, but that is not true. God is the most powerful entity of all. And to have a group of people working together, inhabiting Him, and allowing God to come into them and use them, it really is a powerful thing to see. And maybe that's just the problem. Because see, the power of knowledge and truth is that once you know, you can't unknow. And can't nobody make you know what you already know. So you can't control a person like that. And that's what the system's all about. That's what all this barbary is about. Control. That's what all this essay and red rum is about. Control. Traumatize and monetize. I guess Kanye is crazy these days. Yeshua protect him. He has so much more to say. We want to thank you for this time. And we want to thank you in advance for all prayers that we've asked for justice, not just acutely, but on a mass level. I know that prayer is going to be answered. I feel it. We want to thank you, God, for showing up and showing out before we even ask. Thank you. I wish there was so much more that we could say, but we don't really have the words. But then again, I guess we don't need them. Because the truth is, you read our hearts. And what became very clear today is that unpure hearts will not make it through the season. And on that, we thank you in Yeshua's name.
Asheo. Go for more.
Y'all, you know our motto around here, Jaguar Country. We treat it like a crock pot. We just said it. Now we won't forget it. We watch how God. Never let us forget the power of our prayer. And don't forget, it's Manifestation Monday. This is how we're stepping Monday. Whether or not you didn't notice, I could have held this prayer at any time, but I wanted to make sure we started the day off manifesting what we want.
Yeah.
There are so many people that are on the opposite side, and they're trying to manifest what they want. But see, we're here.
Yeah.
We're here. We're here. And nothing can make us unknow what we know. And what we know is that God is real.
Yes.
And what we also know is that He does not fail and He is undefeated. But more importantly than that, the power of manifestation, it grows. With agreement, it grows. Now, I don't know how many of us is here. They still saying ain't nobody. They must have with a bullet like they do on fight nights when you stealing on cable. Do they still steal on cable like that, Grace? How's that
Girl.
It's in a bullet out.
Like, I'm real confused. Like, what you mean, baby? We didn't do anything. This is what happens when we try to pray.
They gaslight.
This is why people don't.
When they start gaslighting your StreamYard.
Girl, like, I still, like, how many times I be asking you, TD, how is that possible? I'm sitting here trying to figure out, ain't they rules? Wait a minute, like, this is the whole thing. Like, there's some things that shouldn't be happening, and everything is happening.
time I was SA, I thought there was rules too. I quickly found out there wasn't.
Oh, girl.
That's just real.
Girl. Oh.
That's real. It's bad.
And that's why I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't got nothing to say.
It is real. And see, that's the thing. Like, they hate, and then it's still a members only chat. They hate.
Girl, and I'm just like, bitch, you just mad all the time. Like, girl, you got that mad all the time, like, for real. And it's just so unhealthy. I keep telling them that they gonna keep going to the doctor.
Diaper rash will make you crazy.
I wonder what them ulcers must make people, you know, a little homicide or something. Cause girl,
you got that guy in that wheelchair.
From Nakedness 2.0.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about in real life. I just seen it, and I was like, damn, is that his chair? And then he was all like face down, and then I realized he only had one leg, and then I knew it wasn't him. It's
Girl, wait a minute.
A one-legged man in a wheelchair. It was like Amber and J.R. Curry all rolled into one.
Help. See, listen. Now I got to invoke the rule. Wait a minute. Wait, Titi. Hold on. This is gonna make you laugh, girl. I have to invoke the rule. That, like, this is, listen. We you know how it was when we was locked up, right? You gotta count to 10 before you start getting petty. We just finished talking in spirit. There is a rule in effect. You gotta count to 10. It has got to be at least 10 full seconds before you flip. Now, remember I told you we read the word after they was about to fight. Listen.
And J.R. Curry had a
You gotta be nice. You gotta be nice. You gotta wait till after 10.
It's rough out here in them streets.
Girl. So this is somebody that you saw when you had to go, you know, beat somebody with your stick?
It wasn't really a beat. It was just that's just all it could. Like, you know. You
just had to tag him right quick. I got you. Like I said, you ain't jug nobody. That's what I was worried about. I thought you was trying to let me know that you had to jug him right quick.
And you played a whack-a-mole. I just whacked the nigga. That's all. I don't know what people want me to say.
I don't want you to say nothing. Listen, you knew. Now the children may not know, but you know.
Those people.
Girl, you know I ain't got no problem with that.
I don't know. I'm really glad we did this because I feel so much better about how things are going to go with this trial. And I'm very excited that we, gotten to the point where we can come together as a community where we can take our positive thoughts and our positive feelings and say, either yes in the name, in the name of Jesus.
Listen.
I promise you.
Y'all gonna stop. It's too early for y'all to be involved in Jesus H. Christ. In this
boy. Don't get me started. I'm telling you. I'm in the name. That fool came up on me.
I know. But honestly, you know what, TD? Honestly, what you were just about to say, I want to take this moment for me and the children.
Every homeless man they can find with a head injury. So, do you know Jaguar Wright? You know.
Girl, stop. Wait.
They gonna try to give them for the white word.
Girl, listen. They about to go all down Skid Row. I guess they're gonna go over there by the other one on the East Coast. They're gonna go under the bridge down there in the city, girl. They're gonna go to every homeless encampment trying to pay somebody $10.
they gonna get robbed.
Hey, that's their business. We kept telling them stop doing the foolishness, but you know what it is, Now we just giving them the heads up. I hope they heard what I said. Don't go down there being silly. And going down there with $10, listen. Don't end up on date night. I hear it's treacherous out there.
It's real. It's real in these streets.
But no, seriously, TD, just I want us to take a moment, like me and the children, because this is something that honestly I think that maybe you've reflected on, but you probably didn't even have a chance to talk about that. Like today, this Monday, for this trial coming up, like on behalf of everybody here, I want to say how proud we are of you and everybody that fought with you, everyone who's in the industry, because again, like TD, you know, it trips me out. Diddy's about to go to trial for the things that he's done. We the public, we're
right now. Bow Wow crying. Usher is fighting with somebody.
That's okay. Guess what? And guess what? We've been told y'all. I've been saying that everybody was gonna be crying, so they're gonna have to take that crying over there. That's one thing I don't have time for. I don't have time for time wasters with the crying. Go cry someplace else.
I just want to know, Meek going. Is Meek gonna be in the courtroom?
Girl, listen, look, and like I said, this is a moment that so many of y'all have waited for decades for. Like, this is a huge moment for y'all, you know? They still got victims out there right now in the industry who are probably listening to us and still won't say nothing because they in the trenches. Like,
it's terrified.
Y'all have been waiting so long for this pain, like this, the horrors of what you all have lived, survived, and still living right now. Y'all waited a long time for it to finally fall. And I'm happy and I'm glad that you guys get to have this moment now. Like, I wish still that it could have been sooner, because how many people are on the other side?
Do you know who I'm happiest for right now?
Who?
I'll be sure. And the time you go.
Yeah, like, this is y'all's moment. Like, y'all deserve for this.
No, they're two of Diddy's longest victims.
Like, you see what I mean? And
Diddy been manipulating in Al's life, in his business, with his family, with the woman he married and loved. Diddy's been manipulating in that man's life since the late 1980s.
And look at that. Like, no, for me, this is y'all's moment.
I said since the late 1980s. Did you hear what I said?
Oh, I heard what you said.
When were you born, child?
Who, me?
I was born in 1977. What year was you born, child?
I was born in 1992.
92.
Yeah. That man he been. That's my like girl.
He was born in 1993. So understand this. 92, 93, if I'm correct, that comes after like 88 and 89, don't it?
Girl, absolutely. Like, this man been playing with people's lives longer than I've been breathing down here. Like,
I was waiting for you to get here. I was waiting for you to get right to that point.
That was the only place I was going. I was just making sure that you got it all out. Like, no, like, my boy, you've been playing with people's lives longer than I've been here. We doing too much. Like, no, it's a wrap. I won't hear nothing.
Listen to me. My son lived and died.
Okay.
And he's been doing longer than that. People have come and legitimately gone. And he's still doing it.
Still, like, no.
Freaking out. He's freaking out for decades. Get freaky here, freaky there, little freaky everywhere. He has been manipulating people in their lives.
Look, they got some people that was graduating in 78. Like, come on now, like this, how long all this on before all this? Like, enough is we way past enough is enough. This is why I'm saying spirit is not pleased at all.
For nearly 4 decades. He's like one of the plagues from, the Egypt times. He's like a strain of locusts that just never ends. Girl. They got certain countries in the world where the lifespan, I already surpassed the lifespan. This man been traumatizing and victimizing and all of this foolishness. And guess what? Guess what his new defense is?
Girl, there's a new oh Lord, okay. What?
Shout out to Set in the West. Affluenza.
I'm sorry, the screen had froze up on me. I thought Lady Classic said, wow, please let him rot in hell. I'm sorry. I saw it too fast. My bad, I had to come back.
Wait a minute.
Whoa. I thought the children got hostile. My bad.
Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
I'm going to try to watch that today.
Yeah, that's a trial, too, where they tried to fix it. And could you
girl, listen.
And
girl,
tell them the most terrible thing that can happen to a child, and then say, "Now imagine that she's white."
And everybody looking around. Girl, I was like, "Oh no!" Girl, listen. Girl, listen. Why did I watch that movie as a child? I had a different perspective about life.
No, he had to literally speak to their prejudice to get them to do right.
To do right by the baby. Like, oh gosh, girl, listen. You gotta laugh to keep from crying. It's so treacherous down here, and like I said, we just.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
Girl, like, no, for real. I remember how everybody was looking around from us, now imagine she's quacked. Oh! Now everybody was paying attention. Oh!
He's innocent. I hope they don't have to do
girl, how do... No, listen, we will not.
I hope they don't have to tell the truth. Actually, I know they're not going to hope. It's not a hope. It's going to happen. God has spoken. We just died. No, Mo3 affluenza. Apparently, it's a disease or some kind of new ism where if you have too much wealth and too much sex, you are doomed to become a demon from the pit of hell and gobble up all the...
She said he's got affluenza. Y'all, this is why I drink my coffee in the morning, girl. She said he got affluenza. I just can't.
He said,
girl, you be having me with my coffee extra early, girl.
He said, being affluent destroyed his moral code, and for that, he was temporarily insane for almost 40 years, being an asshole and a downright demon, deviant weirdo. Did he do
Just for the record, I miss you. Since we all talking about how old we are, don't you just miss the vocabulary and I guess the English language from back in the day? Like, it ain't got so delicate. So we gotta call people weirdos. Like, no.
An intersection where we can get affluenza to turn into influenza.
Girl.
So we can get to walking pneumonia. And then,
girl,
and then just going down the street with the lawnmower.
I know that spirit is tired because we the people, we're tired. Like, man.
We the people.
And this This is reality, girl. This is the world we live in. No, I know God is finished.
Like
I know God got to be finished.
Like I always say, fiction. Not even the imagination has the ability to be as cool as reality.
At all. Okay? Say that again, because they wasn't paying attention. Your worst nightmare can't compete with reality.
At all. Well, hi, Grace, Jag, all love from Johannesburg. Well, hello.
Okay. Hello there, Michelle.
Ask a prayer for my dad. It is now 2 weeks. ICU, life support. Every day better, still critical. Listen to me, my dear. You can take that time right now, and we can just say, for the Venter family, God, let your grace and mercy fall over this man, your child. His baby is here in distress, and she's asking for Big Daddy to come down and help Daddy here on earth.
Yes.
The fact that he is improving only goes to prove you're not done with him yet.
Yes.
And we receive the gift of his full recovery right now.
Yeah.
In Yeshua's name, I shall.
I shall. To go for my job.
Funny thing is, when you believe it, it actually works. So let's believe for everything that we talked about today. Let's believe for everything that we're manifesting this morning. It's Manifestation Monday. Coming into the week swinging. We have a prophecy here that is on this platform. We are volunteering to be miracles.
Yes, we are.
And this prayer is going to reach every ear that needs to hear it. I want to thank everybody for taking the time to be here with us, to work the graveyard shift with us. Thank you. And what I love most about it is that God is here and He's seeing all of this.
Yes.
And the more we pour into Him, the more He pours right back into us. There's a power that we're developing amongst one another, and it's done in love and in the pure spirit of humanity. So you know there's no wrong. We've now dedicated 5 hours of our lives to put up our greatest intention for there to be justice for all of the victims, especially the ones that haven't come forward yet. Justice for all of the survivors whose triumph and testimony has gone unnoticed, like Natanya Rubin. We pray for Cassie.
Yes.
Because in all of this, her name has been dragged through the mud after she had been, let's just be honest, victimized. That girl was too young to understand how dangerous someone like Diddy was.
Yes.
But we are powerful in God, and all things are possible through Christ who strengthens us. So let's lean into that. We're not going to worry about this trial. There's nothing to worry about. God has it. And as He told us earlier today, it's this. That's why God says vengeance is mine.
And Spirit, as we're here, Let us thank you for the strength and courage that all of us had to come together to praise you, but not only to praise you, but to love and cherish and take care of one another. This world has become cold and lonely for all of us. And in this moment, we all came together as one, as we were in the beginning, as we are now, and as we will remain. In spirit, we thank you for just allowing us to share this moment together, to remember that we're not alone in this world. We've never been. Each and every one of us have a purpose. And I ask that for this Manifestation Monday, we all receive the courage, the strength, the readiness, and the joy to become what we were always meant to be. To the survivors, I want you to remember that you are stronger than you realize. You overcame things that most of us will never understand. We're proud of you. We're proud of you for surviving. Your scars, your shadows, your confusion, your understanding, your misunderstanding. It's a beautiful part of you. It's a beautiful part of you. You're a beautiful canvas. No one has the right to take that away from you. No one. All of you are loved and cherished. Every single last one of you here, every single last one of you listening to me. You are loved and cherished. And so very important to this world. We don't need you to be anybody else but you. We don't need anybody else but you. So shine bright. We need you to.
And never forget, God is in control. A lot of people are trying to stop the efforts of cruelty-free artistry. Hate to disappoint y'all. God said no to that. This is an organization that is going to honor all of the divinity that God has put inside of all of us, whether we embrace it. Amnima Shivaya. It means to honor the divinity inside of oneself, to honor where God lives inside of us, uses us, inhabits us. Amnima Shivaya. Amnima Shivaya. Amnima Shivaya. In Sanskrit, that phrase has been around for thousands of years. And so many of us don't ever tap into it. I use it as a mantra when I meditate from time to time. Amnima Shivaya. I honor the divinity inside. Let's never forget to do that. Because the truth is, a lot of people along the way, that's how they ended up in the hands of people like Diddy, people like Jay-Z. They stopped honoring God inside of them and thought that these people had something more to offer than what God did. And guess what? Little by little, everyone has made their way back to God, even through death.
Yes.
Because that's all there is. From which you came is where you will go. And no matter how many times you go, you always come back. It's just a circle.
It's the cyclical nature of universal law. And we spend so much time trying to keep us from learning what God wanted us to do. But they've made us forget what God put inside us that we already know. We have to start learning how to stop betraying ourselves. Gotta stop being so hard on ourselves and each other. We gotta start paying attention. We gotta start caring. Why didn't nobody care about what the hell was going on with Diddy and that other boy? In that house with those women, with all of that debauchery going on. Why did nobody stop by? Why did nobody stop by? Why was there nobody for him? You know, getting rid of Diddy isn't good enough. Somebody made Diddy with their negative influence and their lack of God. What about that person? We need to stamp it all out because, see, at the end of the day, the only way to stop making Diddies is to stop promoting slave trade culture and mindset altogether. Everything that Diddy has done, everything that Jay-Z has done, these are all the same principles that came from these teachings. The making of slave. And we've been good students. But like I've always said, if you want to learn how to break something, you first have to learn how it is made. These letters, this awful information, are the key to how we reshape our future so we can stop making Diddies. The systematic control and abuse, it has become self-induced, and now we promote it heavier than anyone else. Let's let God change our minds about it. So, on that note, I want to thank you guys for coming to this call to prayer. I want to thank you guys for showing up and showing out as always. For all super chats, thank you so much. For any donations that come to the Cash App for the company, thank you so much. We got t-shirts to send out for that. We got a bunch of stuff to do. But I'm just so grateful that y'all chose to begin this rising. And for some of you, your evening, or at least you're coming into it. And we want to thank you for your time. Yeah.
All of you.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, that's the way it goes. What I am grateful for is that I like him. Everything that I said, I can stand on. You know, that's why I tell people, you gotta be careful. You just go around leaving everybody with a Jerry curl. It's just crazy. So yeah, we out. And we love y'all. We'll see y'all a little later. And Grace, now that things are better with internet, I'm sure you'll let us know when we can schedule part 2, or should we just wait until Book Club Wednesday and then you just knock it out?
We can wait till Wednesday. That way we just knock it out. That way we stay on our schedule.
Okay.
I guess, are the children fine with that? The chat's not moving on my end, but are the children okay with that? Y'all want to just start back up on Wednesday?
Oh, thank you. They said no, thank you, Jack and Brett. You both killed it today.
Oh, we love coming here with y'all. Y'all are fun. The children are awesome. And we're glad that we have provided y'all like a safe space for y'all to just vibe out. And it's just nice to be here with y'all.
Focus and just have that space, because the truth is we all get bombarded. Yeah, they said it's great.
Yeah.
So Wednesday, book club. We'll wrap it all up, part 2 recap, and then moving
Man,
forward.
children, I'm sorry. It tripped me out. Like, y'all could ask T. I was so confused because I'm like, there's no way that I read that stuff over and over, and yet every time I was reading, they couldn't hear nothing. Like, you know how?
No, we heard 5.
Yo, bruh, that still made me mad. So thank y'all for waiting till Wednesday, because I'm not even gonna lie, I ain't thinking about reading that book because I have read them things over and over. So yeah, I can't wait to link up with y'all on Wednesday.
Yeah. All right. So that's that, and yeah, shalom, guys, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Peace. Assalamu alaikum, like peace.
Yes.
To everyone. There's so much trauma happening in the world. And
yeah.
Like Cassie, she's getting ready to have her baby, and Candace apparently just had her baby. And the thing is it's like, what kind of world are these kids coming into?
Man, that's the part.
Coming into. Like, every time I think about little mom, she's 2 years old and she a bruiser, and I'm just like, damn, has it been that rough in 2 years?
No, like I really sit down and think about it. Like, this is why I call all of them little people, because it's like, no, we really have to do something, because
what that's kind of you. I call them what they are. They midgets. They midgets that grow.
That's fine, but it's funny. But it's funny. You should go around some little people and then address them as that, because I noticed the reaction. Matter of fact, you remember when I told you I was out with this group of kids in the neighborhood because they just wanted to play and shit? So one of them, they were like, I like that you call us little people. I was like, oh, you do? They're like, yeah. Why do you call us little people? And I was like, well, because one, that's what you guys are. Like, you're not puppy dogs, and you're not purses, you're not shoes. You're gonna be little people in this world, like grown people in this world one day. And guess what, children? Right now, while I'm an adult, let me tell you something. It's terrible. Like, we need backup. So in the meantime, it literally actively helps me remember what it is that we're doing, because I noticed that people get lost in just life. People just get lost living or experiencing or surviving life, whatever it is that they're doing. And their reaction to being addressed as little people.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a 2-year-old. What's she going through at 2?
Girl, listen. The hostility of the womb alone. The hostility of the womb alone.
No, listen to me. She hooked off on an iPhone. She sees the face with a screen, and she 3-pieced it. She said, I'm like, oh.
Listen, girl, you got to be fair. Hold on a second. Let me tell you something, because I was paying attention. At 2 years old, girl, you know that they're operating on a genius level still. So they're over here looking at us like we is no good.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm telling you, she got Mayweather hands.
That's okay. That's okay. Train her up.
I would put little mama in the ring with Larissa Shields right now, just because of
That's okay. That's okay. Good. I'm glad that, listen, she's showing you her talent. Maybe God making sure that she's on the front line when it go down, because this world has gone mad. We don't know.
I already told y'all when it hits the fan, she on my seat.
Listen, And there's nothing wrong with that. And you know what our job is to do as the adults in this crazy thing? This is what I've learned. Our job is to make sure that we catch that early. You see how you see that she gonna be mixing on them? Wonderful. We put her in the proper environment, and she will be praised she'll be praised as champion. If we just let her mix off at school, then they're gonna try to say that she ghetto. No. We got it.
Did you're missing the bigger point. Check it.
Wait, what?
I said check it out. Listen to me.
Okay.
The only way that works, 222 in the building, is if you're dealing with an adult that cares about that kid.
My point.
That's the only way you get to what you just said about taking the energy of a child and just filtering it and guiding it in a direction so it can grow and become itself. But my dear, my darling, you got to be able to care about it.
Girl. And how many times do we say how much they don't care?
And this Diddy trial is showing us the lack of care that's in the world right now.
Oh, you gotta laugh to keep from crying. You'll be crying, and then what you gonna do after that?
Let's just be grateful that there are those of us that are here right now at this time. And let's see ourselves as a mustard seed of faith.
Yes.
And see what we can manifest. Let's push the envelope on belief a little bit. Because I do believe that there will be a space in the future where children get to be children again and don't have to be prostitutes at 12 because mommy's knees is going bad.
Man.
Let's believe for that moment. You know? Let's believe for that moment that a 9-year-old doesn't have to tell you he's a social media bum and a worthless, and she'd rather kick it with the man. Like, I believe that. I believe that. Where disabled children won't be pimped for fodder because they didn't want to say uncle. Literally, I didn't want to say uncle. We not friends no more. Like, that's literal at this point, respectfully. I would be completely disacknowledged and not even alive to being headline news on TMZ. Oh,
you gotta laugh to keep from crying. Like, oh my God.
I didn't know me. Oh, they know me now. Huh? It's just
girl. Oh, this is why. Shout out to the shout out to the little people.
Can we make it to when deer in the headlights look means it's okay if you run them with a car? Like, can we get there? He looked like a deer. Can we have a new law? Well, let's call it the Dick Cheney law. You remember when Dick Cheney popped that man in the head because he said he thought it was a quail. They was quail hunting, and he blasted that man.
Girl, like
he just walked away. He didn't even get no citation.
Girl,
does it work for deer in the headlights? Oh my God, he looked like a deer in the headlights. I accidentally hit him.
Girl, this is why I just look. I ain't got nothing to say. Like,
girl, I'm just talking.
Girl, ain't nothing wrong with it. Like, if you was telling something that I would disagree with, I would, and I can't. You gotta laugh to keep from crying. And
I just believe that. I believe that God hears my prayers and answers. And that's what I believe.
Always.
Some of y'all feel the same way too. Yeah.
This has been a call to prayer for Jag Nation. Book club Wednesday. I'll schedule the time with Grace, and I got some uploads and some information, so y'all be around.
Everybody is going to have a marvelous, magical, wonderful week. And I want everybody to understand something. Like, there's a song, I heard it on one of the kids' shows. Darkest hour, wake thy power. Y'all gotta understand how powerful that is. Like, sometimes we get afraid of the dark times, and faith wavers in dark times. What I think why it happens that way is because, it's natural. I think it's a natural human reflex, kind of when you think about animals. Like, that's our primitive human reflex to panic or worry or wonder during the darkest time.
It's been induced. Not every civilization has lived that way. It's been induced. We've been tricked into that.
That's a good thing to know. I'm glad that it's not a global issue, because it's a real disease of the mind. Like, our darkest times are meant to be our strongest times. And whenever you feel yourself in a dark moment, that's when you hold on to your light most. Because remember, you have it. That's why it's there. You are the light you're the light. So when it's dark, remember that you are the light. And watch how bright it gets. Just remember that.
Well, shalom, everybody. Let's have a great week.
Keep all those vibrations high and beautiful.
Look, they ain't got no choice.
There's always choice now. Just because the line been drawn and spirit is here and on the way and that belt coming off, doesn't mean nothing, because somebody's gonna trip over the line.
Nobody no choice. I'm taking all the choices. They say I'm crazy. They say I run everybody's life. I'm taking all the choices.
I'll tell you, it's gonna be like on Life. It's gonna be man over the line. They gonna be a lot.